Okay, welcome back, lovely people. Today, again, it's another Monday, another reset day. We're going into the 4th week of Demonweb Pits update. Some interesting notes as we get in here. Let's go over a little few points last week. So last week we got the second daily guy. So the second dude that offers the Pale of Cycling dailies, possibly. It was a carryover milestone, and yeah, just closer and closer to reconstructing the realm engine. Nothing really else. Some other news, right? The day after last week, which is Monday, the Tuesday patch, I suppose. Maybe it got moved in on Mondays. It's usually on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Sure enough, I made the observation of the poison, right? I call it true damage, but it's probably not true damage. But whatever it is, the poison across the board, most of the monsters in the abyssal hunts were toned down. So were the frenzies. Any type of flurry or frenzy attack, basically they're obligate in the front. So most of the abyssal hunt guys kind of hit fairly hard. So they all got toned down across the board. The Manticore, the little like observation I made about the Manticore being, you know, the cone thing. I mean, the cone attack is still kind of unreliable when it comes to the visuals, but at least now you can shift past the poison and also guard past the poison, which shifting past the poison, I think that's a bonus for them. But tanks not being able to guard poisons because of potentially movement speed and not trying to rotate the boss constantly, or shimming, only like fighting gamers rejoice. Shimming in this game, you have to shimmy a lot as a tank because there are things you can't guard against. Sure enough, now you can. It's quite a coincidence, obviously. I have no impact nor influence in any of this, but it was a very pleasant coincidence. Literally, the week before, I mentioned it multiple times about the hunt and like legacy poison mechanics that do excessive scaling. Probably not even excessive scaling. I just call it true damage because it just seems like it blasts through any form of resistance. So that's great. Got scaled down. On another note, this is a legacy one actually. And I'm happy that they did the legacy change. This was way back. This is before I started recording anything formal. But escalating rage, right? They took out the knockout effect, the stunned effect, which evidently pretty much crippled this Paragon for the longest time. Now there are still other long-standing Paragon quirks that I won't go over when it comes to the Barbarian, but that's a nice change. We haven't tested this though, or like. But one thing, this is kind of out from left field. It was very unexpected, but the timing was very unexpected. But the change was very much so overdue. That's nice, and it does flow with a specific type of game style playstyle that I like, which is a at-will dominant heavy. It utilizes a Mightier Leap for double cycling because of the low battle rage timing, but now perhaps this will flow even better. We'll see. Anyways, some really nice little extra stuff mid patch. I guess now we get right into it. I think the 4th week doesn't have anything other than this boon, I'm gonna say, other than we carried over the milestone event, so we'll see how that is. And yeah, that's about it. We're up to date. Alright. Let's get to this. We got the audio on just to enjoy some voiceovers. Probably for the unique unique story missions that we'll hear today. We do have some of them. Let's get back to
My blades are sharpened and ready.
Narbindulin. Narbindulin? Narbondulin? Eventually I'll hear that name and it'll stick. So, okay.
This one to me, but you can come and help.
Alright. Okay. Alright, let's see what our carryover is.
Wizard's work is never done, that's for sure.
So let's
What
grab
is
this.
it then? Your work has been stellar thus far, yet there is still much to be done. We must continue with our plans to build a second realm engine here within the safe house. Meanwhile, I've finished looking over what we salvaged from the old Fey Branch Villa. Please take everything to Nori along with my notes. She will be anxious to see them, I'm sure.
Yeah, Zeknar is his name. Zeknar is a privileged wizard who makes us do all the dirty work. Even passing a plan right here. She's standing right here, dude. You know, Nori is right here.
I've got so much to do. You look like someone who can help. Thank you for helping Halavin and Zeknar. They're an important part of getting this realm engine working. I know Zeknar's personality can be a little dry, but he knows his craft. These parts, notes,
little
and plans
dry.
are just the things we need. With the materials you have recovered, we're able to finally start building another realm engine. There's still one problem. We don't have enough mages to help. A lot of them are still healing, and a few of them had to head back to Sorceer. I think we're going to need reinforcements from my house. I didn't want to do this, but I'm sure I can persuade Bainray mages to stay quiet. I need you as the go-between so no one gets suspicious. It would be suspicious if I were to be seen talking with them, but you can get away with it. Locate them here in Narbindulin and remind them of their oath to House Bainray. If you must, tell them you were sent on my behalf. That should be all they need to know.
Narbindulin.
I sense
Alright. Just go out and, you know, give them a little chatting to. We'll just do the mainline stuff and see what's left over.
I am Drider no more.
Honestly, we're just gonna stick to this because,
No one
really not that big of a difference. Alright. So what? That's 2 now? Oh no, okay. That it we are on the second one. So let's just look. 7. Remind. In what way does remind imply, my friends? How does one remind? What do these guys look like? Are they overlapping? I don't see anything. What do these guys look like? By remind, do we mean we tickle them? There are 3 of them. Hmm. You know what? Fine. Clearly, that's not the way. Violence is not the way. I figure I just talked to some peeps. Are they in here? Friendly? No? Oh. Is there something I use? No. Hmm. I really don't see these Ben Ray peeps. Am I a pet? I might just be a pet. Alright, let's read this again. I need you to go in between so no one it would be suspicious. So I'm looking for peeps. Oh, I see them. The speech bubbles. Interesting. What are these blue circles for? That's a little weird. You guys? Are they random? Oh, I see. Fair enough. Wait, are you serious right now? Huh. Hmm. Do they really disappear and you have to rapidly interact with them before they disappear? Dude, that's actually kind of annoying. And also, there's a chance they're unique. So let's go to a less populated area first. Yeah, so there's one, right? They seem to chill here. Like, I can't interact with them, which is, I mean, like... They time out, which is really weird. That's incredibly obtuse, why you would time out when you want to hear what they have to say. Hear or read, whichever. Okay. So are you telling me that I'm supposed to find... Maybe I'm supposed to find peeps that believe me? Is that how that works? Yeah. I just saw another speech bubble. Hello? How dare you threat... Am I supposed to clear these guys? Okay. This is not my jam. It's definitely a low point. There's a mage. Starting to remind me of the ID ones where like there's a chance they fail. Nori the Highborn. You're reminded of your loyalties. Okay. I almost feel like you might as well just spam them. Oh, okay, yeah. It's just a... You remind some of them, they might say, yeah, sure. And if you don't, it's like, nah. I'm not about that life. Okay. I mean, that's okay. They seem to respawn pretty quickly, even within one area. That's not too bad. You clear the spots and then just keep going back and forth. Fair enough. Works. Alright, so that's 14. We can probably calculate how much carryover we can do on the spot. What else? There you go. Got some fealty for you.
Some of the mages have started making their way here. They may not be excited about helping, but this is for the good of the city. With their help, we can finish building the realm engine and source the arcane power necessary to keep it running. Good news! We've figured out a way to use this abyssal magic to power the realm engine. A free supply of this magic is already seeping into the city. What better way to fix everything than to recycle it?
Fair enough.
I can't take all the credit. It was mostly Zeknar's idea. Here, take these conduits, which we've attuned to channel abyssal magic. When they are properly placed, they will soak up nearby magic and seal off any connection between the planes. When we're ready, we'll be able to collect the magic from the conduits and use it to power the realm engine.
The realm engine's getting built right here. Progressing right along. Okay. Where do we be going? Back to north. So the north doesn't overlap at the moment with any type of task outside of the abyssal tear. And I guess insignias. Or at least I don't think. There could be artifacts up here. Just the way the way things, the blue zones typically are just suggestions of where they might be. Crystals. Where do, like these things? No? Oh. I'm bleeding. Okay. Okay. Can they be outside? Can they be in here? Alright. Not very friendly. Oh. Just kidding. Thanks.
Bring their souls to me.
Man. I just want to interact with this thing. Alright, cool. Thanks. Thanks for the hand, my friend. They can be outside. They're the same spawn point as like the artifacts and jewel, like the crystal things. That is a campfire. Does quite look similar.
Master will pay nicely for your head.
Can you guys not, please? Fine. For a moment there, I thought that was a mob, but that's a player. Okay. These look like they're not unique. They're unique to the player. Oh, they're kind of hard to see. They have limited range of visibility. I was pretty close to that, and I didn't see it at first. But they have rendering limit. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's head back. So that's 21, right? 21. We do these in layers for the first tune, and then we'll do them simultaneously. 21. So what? We've carried over 50 in weeklies, I think. I'm pretty sure. I think we have 2 weeklies. 2 weekly rollover. This location being here is a little Alright. There you go. Got your energy.
Those conduits should store enough abyssal magic to get us started. This realm engine will sever the connection between our world and the abyss by shattering Gromph's mythos. Speaking of Gromph, did I tell you his plan for revenge involves the Narvandale? Yes, you heard me right. He foolishly entrusted me with the details of his plan during our recent trip to Luskan. Apparently, the Narvandale has been storing magical energy for years. His plan was to use that magic to summon the Spider Queen and then trap her within the pillar. It's a foolhardy scheme at best, especially considering that Lolth is far more powerful than Demogorgon. Humility is certainly not one of my cousin's traits.
Yeah, that's our cousin, right? Gromph. Gromph, Bainray. I mean, he's trying to help out, you know? In his own way.
I've received word that one of Viris's associates, who's been looking into the abyssal tears, has been asking for your assistance. Seek out Helt's Iselsandar and see if you can help him with his research.
Great. Now we're going to find the third assistant. The assistant of the assistant of the assistant. Well, there's just 3 research guys. Now we have to go convene with Helst. Or Harry, as I've been calling him. We rescued this, so Viris, we ended up rescuing the first one. Sunburst? I don't know. So, to Saber? I don't know. I'm not gonna try.
When the arcane
Hey, Harry.
fails, steel will find a way. I am glad that you are here. I have need of your service. Vezendra Rimanath, one of the evokers trying to stem the tide of the abyssal tears, has gone missing. I fear that she has been taken captive much as I was. Seek out a greater abyssal tear and free her.
Okay.
She is a fire that must be allowed to burn brightly in order to hold back the encroaching darkness of the abyss.
I see. They went through the 3 tiers: the lesser abyssal tear, the mid, and then now the greater. Fair enough. Where are we at here, man? 21, so there's 28 after this. This is a really long sequence. Huh. Okay, so there are, they don't overlap with the weekly abyssal, or like the standard abyssal tears. This is most certainly a greater one. Hi. You're very big.
I can't just let you run into trouble.
Thanks, Regis, but we don't need you.
My blades are sharpened and ready.
Hello. Why is your EQ so loud? Striders. Maybe Manticore's main bite just fixed itself? That would be really impressive. Oh wait, I don't have the mod on though, the at will mod that I think is triggering. It's like on the Abyssal Hunt. I did trigger once. Can I get another trigger? Maybe it fixed itself with the patch. Spaghetti code OP? Ain't no way. I mean, it procced appropriately. What a coincidence. I think the last patch, I don't know, something happened. It didn't happen this time. It's a fluke right now, but
The Fae and Elendar will burn for what they have unleashed upon my home.
listen, I know how you feel, but can we leave this place first?
The Adventurer. I have heard of your exploits from Virais. It seems that you are once again rendering aid to our cause.
You don't say.
These greater abyssal tears represent not only a more significant threat, but also a larger harvest of chaotic energies to power the realm engine. We must return and let the others know.
Fair enough. I really like the whole distorted like floaty stuff. The abyss. All right.
I stand with my brothers and sisters. Hey, adventurer, let's
I mean, it worked. So maybe now I can say I think they get bonus points if they somehow, if Cryptic somehow, while in the midst of patching whatever last Tuesday's patch, the Manticore's main bite just happens to proc properly again. That would be interesting. It still has to be in the particular abyss area though. So what I noticed was specifically in the abyssal hunt area. Not that specific abyssal hunt, that's the quest related one, so find out.
Once again, you have proved your mettle. It is no small task to enter into the darkness and return back with another. Please take this as a token of our appreciation.
You're welcome. We head back to Nori.
Thank you once again for rescuing yet another one of our researchers from the tendrils of the Abyss. Please take this reward as a token of our appreciation.
Wow, it
According
keeps
to Sephiroth's
going.
scroll, the Theon Elendar appear to be working for Grump. If his theory is correct, this group has been using abyssal magic and demons to distract the city. This happens to coincide with interruptions to our supply lines, which leads me to think the demons are behind it.
Sure.
Long story short, I think our couriers are being captured, or worse. I need you to look into this. Please go out into the district and rescue any couriers you may find.
Fair enough. Did I just hear like a cat or something? Okay. Alright. Same zones. Fair enough. Are these like the injured mages look thing? Are we interacting? Are we liberating? Go to the far left. Get the zones. Hello, folks. Have you been naughty? Yes. It's like the rescue ones. The rescue peeps. These are probably not unique. Although the majority of things are unique. Like player unique, so it might be okay to suggest it's likely they're unique. Not here, huh? You guys don't chill out here? What is that about? Oh, wait, you do. It's just very difficult to see. Did that dude just not spawn in? No? Just one here? Really? Alright. I'll remember that. Oof. Are you telling... man. Hi. Okay. Guys, messing up someone's day. Alright, we can test this. There's a guy there. So let's see if it's unique. There's a bard there. We're gonna find out if the dudes are unique. They are indeed. Are they? No. Or, oh man, I didn't wait till the dude disappeared. They are, it's looking like they're unique. Like it just shows, but, huh. Excellent. Well played, Cryptic. Well played. Alright. Got your couriers.
Looks like you found our couriers because supplies are starting to pick up again. We're making excellent progress thanks to you. Based on our study, we believe it is possible that Grump will pull Lolth into the material plane. all is not lost. We also believe the Realm Engine will have enough strength to send her back and seal the planar bridge.
Alright. Wow.
We're so very close. Everything is in place to start the engine, save one critical piece. A Housebane return code made off of the planar key. A critical component needed to start the engine. Would you be willing to help us retrieve it? We are looking for this Faerun Elendar agent as we speak. Assist us in retrieving this key from Faerun Elendar in the area. You will likely have to defeat several of them until you find it. Once you locate the planar key, bring it back here and start the Realm Engine. This will get it ready for use out in the field.
Neat. I love that the background, like these things, they're changing over time. Just a little I like the little touches. So wait, what? Locate from Faerun? Faerun Elendar. Where the heck? Wait, are Faerun Elendar's like peeps? No. Faerun Elendar. Oh, they are. Yeah, they're peeps. Like the group. So what are the odds of this planar key? No. Not the drow. We're not interested in just plain drow. Which one of you have it? Did you have it? No? How about you? No? This has officially become an ordeal. Okay. How about you guys? You guys happen to see a planar key? Hmm? Is that a no? That's definitely a no. Alas. Oh, I already picked up the key. I'm a pep. When did I pick up the key? Oh my gosh. I don't want to talk let's just not talk about it. I didn't even realize I picked up the key. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Oh. That was kind of... Oh, there it is. There we go. There we go. I was expecting some sort of animation. Very nice.
The key has been located. The engine has started. We're ready to begin. And not a moment too soon. Our spies have indicated that Gromp has started his ritual to bind Lord within the Narvandel.
Okay. Wow.
Gromp is attempting to complete his loath summoning ritual. Thankfully, we know where he is. We will give you the location and meet you there with the Realm Engine. Be prepared for a fight. It's probably obvious by now that my cousin isn't the type of person to take losing lightly.
Mm-hmm. Aye, aye, Captain. Is he alone? We'll find out. Where? Oh. Unique location in Underdark. Go to the Normandale. Oh, is this the demon? Oh, we finally got to the context, the connection to Demon's Web pit. Ah, so it was the foot of. I should have checked that when we dropped into
It's
Demon's
finally
Web.
time. I need you to clear a path to the ritual site. When you've cleared the area, send a signal, and we'll get the realm engine into position so we can close these rifts.
Is Gromp the second boss? Hold up. Clear the path. We have to tap these. Oh wait, is he the little thing in the? Hold up. We'll see. Is it that big area? Hi guys, what's up? Why are these guys so weak? That's interesting. No, it's not. Is it? Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, this is. Oh well, this is where the first boss is, right? Like the multi-armed peeps. I forgot what their names are. Yeah, so he ended up this ended up tearing open. Send the signal. Okay. The signal is waving. Okay. So we close the rift. Yeah. Tear. Alright. Fair enough. Like, the backdrop for Demon Web Pit is great. I do like my dimensional distortion stuff. Really messes with the perspective. Alright.
Your displeasure is my pleasure.
And then there's this tear, right? This big rift here. Just grab everyone. Hi guys. Hello. Why you guys be chilling over there? What the heck? Let me send the signal. Close this up. Oh, right. We have to defeat this guy. The Balar. Oh, hi. You're like extra squish. Okay. Grab the engine. Close this up. Cleaning after Grumph. Alright. Can't mount up.
Your displeasure is my pleasure.
Yeah.
Fools! You're disrupting the ritual!
Yeah, so he was the... Okay, fair enough. So he was the Peepo. Hey guys, can you, Yes. Yes. Space spiders. Hi, hi. I'm no fool, you're the fool. Yeah, so that was Grump. Fair enough. Okay, and then Love is the... Yeah.
You were in my realm long before this day.
Yeah, so we finally have the
Retreat for
context.
now. We will return!
Finally have the context of the dungeon. Nice. Hello, friend. We're not on your platform, though. Did we get on your platform at some point? Do you flurry in this floor?
Activate the realm engine. Now!
Device! No! Stop!
Oh, that's what sends her into that alternative area. Oh, and then you fight her in the oh, okay. And you actually hit this device too. Got it. Fair enough. Roger Dodger.
No one can stand against us.
Fair enough.
I've got so much to do. That didn't really go according to plan.
No, it didn't.
I think Lolth has been worn down a bit. Well, as much as a god can be, I suppose. We'll have to keep fueling the engine to hold back the abyss for now. If you plan to confront Gorp and Lolth again, you will probably want to gather some fellow adventurers.
And that
Of
is the
course,
Demon's
They will
Web's
likely
pit.
be expecting you, too. Be prepared.
Fair enough. So I guess we leave these for next week. We move, we push these because it ends on the 4th milestone. So 47. That's incredible, because you...
Here in House Feybranch, we strive to show the other houses of Menzoberranzan the proper way nobility. The scholars of House Feybranch are
Right, we still got that.
Gromp Bainray is still loose within the city and must be stopped. Our spies tell us that he has returned to the foot of the Narbandel to continue his ritual to bind Lolth. While he has been pushed back once before, and Lolth has been weakened, he is persistent in his arrogant pursuit of revenge. We need you to confront him, and if necessary, fire the realm engine to disrupt the planar bridge between the material and abyssal planes. With any luck, the realm engine will send Lolth back home and free us from her torment for a time.
Wow, 4 weeklies. With no increase in weekly haul. That's interesting. Yeah, so this is a repeatable that we just did. Fair enough,
Part
and
of
then the
how-
security.
Such expedient return.
Yep, and then the heroic encounter. We only pushed the heroic encounter from last week. So that puts us at 75. Wow, so all we have to do for today is basically just follow the
If
quest
you've come to speak
line.
with the House Wizard for Feybranch, you found him.
And then we push everything else. I got some auction stuff. Let's there we go. Just some AD. Alright. I guess we'll repeat this, and that's so generous. You have over 100. Part's kind of long-ish.
Finally time.
Not
I
really.
need you to clear a path to the ritual site. When you've cleared the area, send a signal, and we'll get the realm engine into position so we can close this rift.
I imagine their aggro range is infinite. So let's see if we can do this faster. It's not infinite. But I think we're okay just by doing this. Yes. Yes. But not too bad. You can just run. The signal is waving. I do like my waving. Alright. So I imagine we do the same. We just like run. It says clear the path, but the path is clear. No one has to know. Your displeasure is my pleasure. What a line. Hi guys. Hey guys. Come along. Everyone party up. Alright. Now we run all the way to the other side.
Your displeasure is my pleasure.
Fools! You're disrupting the ritual!
You're the fool. Don't at me. Everyone gather up now, y'all. Cool. Good talk. Yeah, that's fine.
Little Grump, you were in my realm long before this day.
Retreat for now! We will return!
I mean, he is kind of trying to help, you know? The boss does 0 flurry damage? That's kind of weird. I don't know if anyone saw that 0.
No! Stop!
All those zeros. Alright, and you get 25 just for that, right?
I stand with my brothers and sisters.
Here in House Fadebranch, we've done the best we can thanks to you. Hopefully you'll succeed.
Dang. That is so massively generous. And then we just turn in a daily. Probably this guy.
If
Right?
you've come to... All done then? Good. Anything of Netherese the wizard's work is never done.
And then we can
The
pass
Thayan
over too.
Eldar are waylaying our couriers and wreaking havoc on our supply routes again. Listen, I cannot stress how vital these couriers are to our efforts. I need you to rescue as many of them as you can. I'll see to it that Halavan compensates you fairly. It appears the wards we've put in place
Yep,
here in the
and then you get the
Nalvardian
wards.
district have
So
gone
let's see.
dormant yet again. Keeping up the wards is necessary to slow the spread of abyssal magic, which means it is crucial to our success in the region. I take
So-
it this sounds like an assignment of your caliber? I'm told we'll pay you well for your time.
So let's see, there are 4 weeklies. But you're probably gonna be 2 and 2. Each every other week, 2 and 2 stacking. And then there are 4 dailies you can push. That would be hard to keep it straight, but hey. Hey, 5 greater shards. I'll take it. And then we get the boon, so we might as well just take it. It's a consolation prize, I guess. It's not very, Is that it? Do we get another one? Or is this at 6? It's at 6. Reasonable. So tomorrow is going to be in repeat. Not tomorrow. Next week. It's going to be a repeat. Man, this boon thing is just not as exciting anymore. Healing item? Oh, these are just effectiveness items. Oh, hey, I forgot. There's deflect severity. Interesting how that's in play now. Actually, you know what? Dino, Necro, Demonic. Oh, but it's Fiends? I don't know if Fiends include... Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's it. So we bootstrap, push forth, and yeah. That's it for today. I mean, that's it for this week kind of deal. So let's put on some tunes. Still really much appreciate the voice acting, you know? Quite nice. That's just like the extra that really has diminished return, but I can always appreciate that, in my opinion. All right. All right. I guess we're going with this again. All right. Let's get let's get to doing wards, right? Wards line up with abyssal tears. So I kind of like the way they bundled the guy. So what's his name? Zeknar? Zekar? Zenkar? He has the interacting ones quite a lot, and it's a top half, right? Top half of the dudes. And then the other Nori has the bottom half of the map. And They're more or less about balanced in each area. Well overlapped. The pairs are overlapped, so that's nice. This is hanging up on this part because there was a patch applied to whatever's loading now. So if it's not really an ISP thing. It's more about how the game caches its assets. So it just hangs up here because there was an update to these zones. These zones are separate. This is probably, yeah, the Hezro. Hezrou? I don't know how. I'm so stuck in the Japanese Eastern thing that I need to brush up on enunciation of Western fantasy stuff. Yeah, this guy got toned down quite a bit. Let's see if the Manticore's Bane is still being procced by the at-will. It is. Yeah, so we can confirm now though that it's definitely the at-will. So some of the mods, if there's a mod that consistently creates a source of damage that's outside, that's not properly ascribed to a mob, it can trigger Manticore's Bane without an enemy. So I think that's unintended. Because the enemy is not actually even targeting you. It's just a source of damage that's ascribed to elsewhere. So that's definitely worth noting. Like that time Manticore's Bane went off. Because probably I didn't at will. It's still inconsistent. I still can't narrow... as I said, I can't narrow down what is the trigger. I think it might have to do... It's more and more likely now to do with sources of damage that aren't necessarily enemies that can actually target you with an attack. That also includes things like the equipment that the next time you're struck, right? Being struck includes sources of damage that may be self-inflicted. I'm pretty sure the whole like blood letter triggering that gauntlet is still a thing. So in this case, it's probably dealing with specific tears. Like this tricky reversal is probably causing something really weird. And it's inconsistent too. And I have become a chicken. Yep, that's still a thing. It's rare, but it still happens. I don't know. It's looking pretty okay. Huh. The day after the patch, it seems kind of okay. Maybe the spaghetti code just fixed it so? It certainly wasn't in the patch notes. No, it's not consistent though. It's still not consistent. My guess is really relying on sources of damage that aren't enemies. Is proccing on hit ability on hit things. In a way, that's kind of good and kind of bad, from an opportunist standpoint. Because there are things you kind of want to get on hit. Like for example, I think it can be considered intended. You can kind of find it acceptable because you can always You can also take advantage of it. So you have like on hit procs that increases your stats, right? Momentarily increases your stats as you're getting struck. You can use that to your advantage. So yeah, not a big deal. Again, just the conversation here is understanding the nature of how the procs work, and then you can find gear that works around it. Not really, like, I like to emphasize, it's just a minor inconvenience, especially for a play style like mine, which is not inherently all that relevant to most people. And it's not game breaking, just a convenience thing. It would be cool if all these things worked in my favor. There was a time when I occasionally see someone. Occasionally fine. I mean, tank players are a rare breed, right? Like, tank dominant players are a rare breed. Let alone you find a sentinel that plays... What I have to say is that, this type of lifestyle, type of live gaming service is all about being efficient. For mentally and for like comforting. So going above beyond the call, like this playstyle is actually very active. And being very active is okay for a lot of people, but you know, most people like to get a big bang for their buck. I just like it to be a little bit more dynamic, so I choose to play it this way. But then you have to like inherently worry about getting chunked by a boss because you're trying to do more than have the bleeding edge of mitigation. Oh, and I'm definitely using my Sentinel here is because soloing with Tricky Reversal as a Blade Master is suicidal. Right? Because of at-wills. Unless you want to run around and just wait for your encounters to come up. That's even slower than just using a Sentinel. Soloing this. I can probably use a healing companion to offset the Tricky Reversal. The Tricky Reversal is at-wills do damage to you. And it's a lot. I try to do it on a Blade Master. That's a lot. It's a lot of healing items in the drain. As well. Not the biggest fan. As per usual. Oh, I could have swapped one of my companion bonuses so I could get extra damage on them. I think they're considered bosses, right? It'd be nice if they had a type identifier in this game. But unless I'm a pep and it says somewhere, I don't believe there's an obvious type identifier in this game. It's more through self-discovery, I suppose. Like even like subtypes, like are Abyssal Terrace bosses? I don't know, I just assume they are. Let me take a really good look at the HUD and see if it actually says it. And I've been a pep. Let's find out. No. I thought there might be some icons that I have just become oblivious to since I've played this game for so long. No. There's nothing that explicitly says these are boss types, but because of the, you know, the life bar and the unique name, right? Oh yeah, and the battle rage stuff on the Blade Master, the overage display on the rage gauge is visually in line now, which is kind of nice. I mean, you kind of get used to it. I saw Manticore's main bite like once in that whole thing. Okay. Good talk, my friend. Good talk. We're gonna have to remove 4. Yeah. We'll not do the others. Just for the sake of time. Okay. What are we looking for up here? Oh, did I miss a ward? Dang you. What else? What are we doing here? Couriers. Okay. You know, Battle Fury could use a mag bump, considering the resource that it requires. I mean, Primal Fury, sorry. I got 2 things mixed up. Alright. I think we can skip the heroic encounter, I suppose. Waiting for heroic counters to be snoring a little. Hey, come back. If you need this guy, you can interact with it. With me. Which is nice. You can double interact with these things. Yeah, so one thing I still got some we'll call them like wish lists, right? One of the big things as a tank player, like a tank dominant player, all tanks normalizing their CC immunity, their tab immunity with their CC. Right now it's not normalized, so all 3 have specialty nuances to them. What I mean by specialty nuances is that it's not created equal in a way, and it's habitually deceptive. So for example, that Manticore Abyssal Hunt, right? That poison cone attack, you can guard it without getting knocked up. But your battle, you're unstoppable. Your tab limited resource, your rage limited resource, you get knocked up in that state. It's probably still true. It might not be. It goes the same for Divine Champion. Various things do not, they're not concordant. I mean, it could be by design, but it's a nuance that if you tank long enough, you'll probably have realized that Unstoppable and Guarding have separate list of CC immunities, and during moments of like intense combat, your Unstoppable is your most tapped ability, and it doesn't protect you the way you would like to expect it does. Divine Champion is the same, but I think it has more CC immunity than usual. But things like Manticore can knock you up and cancel your Divine Champion. I don't know if that's a thing anymore. There are some instances where Divine Champion does not provide immunity, in which when you get CC'd, it cancels the Divine Champion. Guardian fighters, I mean Vanguards, are far superior in this regards, where they're probably concordant. So Vanguards dig in is concordant with their guard. Unstoppable is the weakest. It has the most CC disruption during Unstoppable, even though you can't choose really. It's very difficult when you're in boss fights and stuff to synchronize your Unstoppable when you please. So getting CC'd while you're in Unstoppable is it's kind of a butt move, man. Slight butt move. Divine Champion is kind of better. Like, this is Divine Champion, right? It's kind of alright, but still doesn't function like Guard when it comes to immune to most CCs. The word most is not normalized between all the stuff. It is very not normalized. Alright, so what did we learn today? We can turn in our heroic. Yeah, thanks. All is indeed well. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, that's one of the long legacy long legacy requests, which is the normalization of guard with the tab. I think we only need to turn in one daily, right? Oh, wait. Okay. Let's quickly grab this. Alright. So what did we learn about this? Spam the mages? Yeah. Here and here. Yeah, normalizing guard with the tab function, be it Unstoppable, Divine Champion, or Dig In, is great. Largely it concerns the Justicar and the Sentinel. It's been ever since the creation of the Sentinel Paragon that's largely been the case. So it would be very ideal for Unstoppable to function like guard and Divine Champion to function like guard when it comes to interrupts. Any form of crowd control placed on the tank. Dig In is just 1-to-1, so no biggie there. We might have to instance change for this. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I was kind of hoping you can do the whole like Well of Dragons thing, where you just spam them while in combat. Well, that sucked. Hooray. So we just keep going back and forth between the... Yay, we found one. Welcome to the fold. How about you? How you feeling? You want me to clear these guys out first? You feeling that? Okay. Really, butthead? Come on, Regis. What are you doing? Dang you. I just want to find 3 friends for Nori. Are these unique or are they not? Oh, you buttheads. You absolute butthead. Yeah, these are not unique. It's actually kind of annoying that this part is not unique. Of all the things. It's fine. It's only 3. They kind of respawn fairly quickly. Fast enough to double back. Yeah, you're a butthead. Don't even look. You know what you did. Don't even. Dang you. Come on. Are you serious? You just wants 3 friends. It's not like you're risking your life to defend House Bainray. There you go. You played this when it first came out? I see. It's the Menzo brand still looks pretty good. Oh, I see. Still going strong, you know? D&D is on cloud 9. Wizard of Coast is on top of the world right now. I played this when it first came out too. Actually, I played this a little before it came out officially. When it was closed. Fair enough. If your enjoyment, you know, if your enjoyment is dependent on having friends play with you, that's very understandable. It's very reasonable, acceptable course of action to drop a game when you have to play things that require friends, that you feel require friends. Now we're looking for little big lava pool stuff. Was that the time when all the boys were hanging out and playing different stuff? Now I'm older, is less than that for sure. I see. Oh, I didn't realize this can appear like here. Yeah, when all the boys were playing different stuff, huh? What do they play now? I mean, you could enjoy this experience again, not like this specific experience, but you can certainly hook up with your boys and play Baldur's Gate 3. It requires less, like, since this is a live service game, if you want something that has more of a finite closed off system to hang out with a bunch of peeps, you know, CRPGs are around the corner, and especially for D&D, you can... Baldur's Gate 3 is a very appropriate format. Live service games require, you know, daily maintenance, so when one gets older and have priorities, when one has priorities, you know, a family, growing older, all the boys do be having jobs and their families and whatnot. It can be very difficult to keep up with a live service game if you're playing together. Oh, Lost Ark? How was that? You went way too ham. That's understandable. Lost Ark is upholds the Korean standard, right? so it's less lax than even the Japanese standards. And then Western standards are the most laxed. So things that are owned by Wizard of Coast is the live service. Like, we have to take into account like the living culture, right? So the living culture in Western culturalism is a little bit more luxurious, and convenience comes first a lot more. And then you have Japanese, which is laxing up a little bit to be more receptive to the international crowd. And then Koreans are at the top. KMMORPGs are, I don't think they're laxing up that much. Japanese live service games, like I play a Japanese live service game called PSO2 NGS. They're laxing up too. Yeah, Blue Protocol is around the corner. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Japan's developers, like the bigger publishers, are setting a little trend of being a little bit more receptive to a Western audience. So when it comes to the Western audience, you typically focus on accessibility, right? That is the current trend. So Capcom is becoming their golden period again, because a lot of their designs is emphasizing accessibility, and that bleeds into every other design which deals with like MMOs and whatnot. So I would say Japan is laxing up quite a bit to kind of make it so that even Western audiences like, it's not as bad, right? But Korean MMOs, like BDO, what was the studio called? Abyssal Studio or something? Oh, BDO. Oh, Pearl Abyss. That's right, Pearl Abyss. Yeah. Ooh. The design language from Korean studios are still really tough. And when I mean by really tough, I mean I'm an American, so I'm from the United States, and my standards kind of fluctuate between Japanese standards right now, Japanese expectation standards, and United States or like Western European kind of studios. So it's anywhere between Neverwinter and more or less what Sega puts out right now. My last Korean MMO was a game called Atlantica Online. It was eventually purchased by Nexon. The game is still going. I played for 10 years. It was after my World of Warcraft days. And it was we're talking about, it was designed for you to keep your computer on. Like, I was still in college then, and leaving out of college, I just put my laptop upside down and it just keeps it running because of autocrafting. Because you have to autocraft, so you're more or less, I mean, you might as well, mine cryptocurrency at that rate. You might as well just set your computer to mining cryptocurrency instead of using it for the game. Oh, I keep going back and forth between 2 points. I need to go up here. Yeah, so I'm not sure if Korean designers gonna dip down, but it's nice to have options. So I'm not saying I'm not suggesting it's a bad or a good thing. You have to know what your expectations are in the industry. So if you're a person who loves to be like top of the top, sweat, hard work, makes the merit feel good, definitely consider a Korean MMO. I like the grind, but yes, it is very well put. Very well put. It's prohibitively, it's very tough if your experience requires friends. Like, yeah, exactly. It's so difficult. It's one of those things when someone says, "Hey, you want to start Lost Ark? Do you want to sign a blood pack that you can guarantee me that we both put in 10 hours every single day from now on? Like, do you want to make a schedule where we have like a homework session? So you better be putting in like 2 or 3 hours every day, because like if we really want to enjoy and keep on top of this, we have to make a pact right now at this moment. If you're suggesting a Korean MMO, you gotta know what you're getting yourself into. Oh, also make sure to change from a full-time job to a part-time job. Maybe supplement it with like content creation, because you're gonna need some way of killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. You gotta maximize. You gotta understand that Korean live service games are a job. Oh, sorry, had all the horizontal progression too, like giant. Yeah. Yep. Do they have seasonal resets? I think an interesting middle ground would be something like Activision Blizzard's approach to like Diablo 4, where they do like Rift seasonals, right? Or like they introduce like a seasonal rotation, so there's like a reset at some point. So if you miss the boat, you come on, you game hard for like 2 or 3 months, then the feeling of keeping it up and jumping back and forth, you know, leaving and coming back for short bursts like summer vacation or something like that, or Christmas vacation, something like that. It's a good middle ground with like the whole seasonal reset. So lots of Western developers like to focus on seasonal resets. Oh, BDO does? Oh, that's nice. That's not bad. It's kind of a middle ground, because say you like, oh, you just want to take a break from your career or something, right? And then yeah, you can take certain items with you back to, oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Yeah. That's a good middle ground. Yeah. I like that design. It's like trying to bridge the incredibly hard work makes the wheel work kind of thing. I don't know what that idiom is anymore. Like hard work makes the grease, you know, like make the wheel spin well kind of thing, compared to the convenience, I want to do little at a time kind of thing. I'm a little at a time kind of person. It's like going on a jog. Playing Neverwinter Online is going on a jog. Every morning I get up, I go for a 30-minute run. That's how Neverwinter feels. That's the Western. I feel like that's the most appropriate Western expectation nowadays. Leaving them untradeable avoids ticking off all the people who did it. Yeah, exactly. It's trying to bridge 2 gaps, right? Like, for the longest time, those 2 audiences tend to be separate, right? But now the great compromise is the focus on account bound stuff, right? And maybe some period that the skilled people get to exercise their experience, and then another period, a lull period, that allows to recruit and expand to increase player base, and then it keeps cycling between the 2. The game will healthily cycle between the 2, and it allows it's a good compromise, I would say, for both the developers' mental health, the publishers' monetary pressure, and the communities that needs to both be used to seeing new players and also used to getting those new players to become experienced players. Like, if it's too hard one way or the other, the game kind of becomes a closed off system. And when the game becomes a closed off system, you hope that the IP survives, as in like the publishers are willing to invest IP. Like for this game, they're kind of doing that a little bit, but they don't really have to, because Wizard of Coast, right? Their IP is doing quite well. So there's not as much publisher pressure to have to solve these design choices. unlike BDO, which Pearl Abyss, I'm pretty sure is self-published. Maybe not. They might be owned by a bigger corporation. But I'm pretty sure Pearl Abyss is self-published. So they call like unilaterally trying to preserve and expand their game as much as possible. I think another good example would probably be like Guild Wars or something. Sega is another one, since they own PSO2 online. It's fun seeing all the different models. It's good to know. It's good to know about models and philosophies and the creators' philosophies. Then you won't get into trap where you like love a game, but then you love to hate its politics or love to hate its philosophy when it's too late. Like you've gone in so deep that you just love to hate what you like. It's always nice to be able to float somewhat off of IP popular, like you said, like this, where yeah, it really is. One must temper your expectations, right? When you're floating off a successful IP, you have to understand that it can stunt growth and whatnot, but it can also provide a very comforting thing. Like, hey, you like chocolate ice cream. You're not pressured to change that chocolate ice cream, at least not by much. And chocolate ice cream has a legacy. It's great. So when someone put out chocolate ice cream, well, it's still kind of hard to fail overall to sell chocolate ice cream. That's a really blanketed statement, but or like a blanketed analogy, because we're choosing food now, which is a bit more of a staple. My family used to work in the food industry. Yeah, like tomorrow I decided I'm gonna buy an ice cream machine, and I'm gonna go to the park, right? Buy a small portable, like battery powered chilling device, and I'm gonna sit at the park in the summertime, and I'm gonna sell chocolate ice cream. And the more labor I put into it, the more I can get back in profitability. So my margins can be lower the more labor I put into it. That kind of thing. And right now, what Wizard of Coast has with D&D is kind of like that. It's the IP itself is sentimental enough to hold it up. It's kind of a nice time to be a fan of D&D. I'm not like in the market to play a CRPG as of late. Obviously, Cryptic doesn't make a CRPG. This is an action MMO, right? But it's I feel very happy and like good for the people who do like CRPGs and Dungeons and Dragons, especially D&D 5th edition. Crazy times, man. Who would have thought? Larian Studios really did it. I played Divinity 2, which was there, yeah. You mean Divinity Original Sin 2? I think. I'm not sure they made Divinity 2. They might have also made Divinity 2 as well. Yeah, there's another series of games that go by Divinity. I don't know if they made those. If they did, then it's a non-issue because it could be both. Yeah, they did really well. I think Larian has really captured the essence of D&D, at least from my cursory understanding. I watch a lot of essays, like I follow lots of people who make make game essays. I'm a fan of understanding philosophy and psychology behind the creative process, or consumer and business stuff. I consume video games for the sake of my having anecdotal experience, but generally speaking, it's fun watching people talk about their feelings and stuff when it comes to video games. Business practices predominantly. It was honestly begging for a translation in D&D. The framework is perfect with how much freedom you have. Absolutely. Right now, Larian Studios is running a tear into industry standards, right? And I can see it bringing up a lot of old hat controversies about one-off games. Like, a lot of times, if you're someone who works in the industry, well, I wouldn't say salty. I think it's a big concern. It's a big psychological concern. So hear me out here, I suppose. I've been delving into essays about social standards and then industry standards, like creative standards. And I can meet halfway, or like not even halfway. I can just provide a more comprehensive perspective on this. So it's not very, it's more, I guess I would say it's more of a standardization concern than it is a emotional feeling, like a competitive feeling thing. So it really mirrors back in the day when, like, what was the last time this happened, right? When was last time one-off game that excelled at its scope? And what happened with the mentality of the psychology behind consumerism, like the people who consume games, such as myself, and how did that affect the perception of game standards and monetization of game standards? The last time that happened was FromSoft with Dark Souls 1. Or you could even make an argument a little before that, or around that time. Let's pick something even more familiar, right? The Witcher 3 game by CDPR. When stuff like that happens, it's often through a period of non-compete during the game's release. So like Witcher 3 stood as a singular thing. So the when you standardize to one product, just like one outstanding product, which they deserve all the success that comes with it, absolutely. We're merely considering the psychology behind having a singular dominant product as a representation of psychological standards. And Baldur's Gate 3 might actually be one that is going to set the next conscious standards. So the comments that the developers are talking about, like the criticisms, right? Certainly they might seem emotionally charged, but the concern is when you set a standard like that, how does it impact the well-being of consumerism in the field? Well, setting it too high is the primary, and I feel like it wasn't Baldur's Gate in early access it was for 3 years, yes. Conceptually, the average length of early access games that end up exploding onto the field in early access, it's around 3 years, 3 to 4 years. So it has a pretty standard matriculation time for an early access game. The idea is so it's setting a standard that doesn't have explicit backgrounds. Like, for example, when you buy Baldur's Gate 3, when it's launched, we're talking about the early access period. We have perspective, right, on how long its development cycle was, and it was actively developed. But when that does not account for the majority of players that see the game, like their favorite influencer came out, and maybe even their favorite influencer was unaware of how much money, right? How much money, time, and stuff was invested into producing a game of that scope. What they can see is a price tag of $60. But they see a product that completely blows out the gold standard, or like quote unquote gold standard, or even acceptable standards of the development side, like the development in general. So when that is uncontested, like say in the calendar year, you are uncontested, and then at the end of the year where all the awards and accolades come up, a singular game becomes uncontested. Whether we like to have perspective or not, emotionally and psychologically, that ends up becoming a standard. The dangers, I come from a science background, right? So a lot of times when I see an example that people start emotionally standardized psychologically, as you know, a sample of one becomes incredibly dangerous and harmful to even the people who enjoy it. A great example is a whole generation of people who constantly thinks there's nothing rewarding in gaming other than a Souls game. What that means is, it's not that these people are incapable of enjoying other types of games. It's psychologically, for a period of time, the gold standard of like whatever their psychological feedback is to be popular, to be relevant, to empathize with most gamers, was Souls games. What that does, and why I feel I can empathize with the developer's concern, maybe they didn't use a lot of tact to express this openly in a understandable way, is that it's going to create enrichment for an expectation, and it buries the other game industry people. So what I mean is, the success of Baldur's Gate 3 can be wild, but what if you're a developer that doesn't want to make a Baldur's Gate 3? That's what happened the last time this happened. FromSoft did that. So then it leads to fatigue, and it leads to a lot of reverse sentiments. Like Neo, you know, all of Team Ninja's games that mirrored FromSoft designs, like tons of Souls-like games. And as a content creator, I guess I'll consider myself a content creator, right? I'm afraid it's creating a psychological standard, and quality is an emotional standard themselves. I would like, gaming has become very trendy, like it's a trend-based stuff. But back in the day, I feel like what they're trying to express is, I hope that because of Baldur's Gate 3's success, we can still make the game we want to make, and that it wouldn't draw comparisons to Baldur's Gate 3. And unfortunately, as much as that seemed like, nah, that won't happen, I have heard the most craziest comparisons. Like, Hades is just like a Souls-like game. And that type of thing, it stunts innovation. It also scares developers and pressures developers to have to sell out to publishers. Yeah, some people compare, right, but now this situation, it's not just some people, it's the vast majority of people, right? And it's enough to drive publishers to put a halt to any idea outside of the trending product. And it's become so pervasive that I resonate with the developers that hope that it doesn't usher in another period that's happened. And from a consumer standpoint, right, from me, or a content standpoint, or someone who commentates on trends a lot of times, I can tell you that if I had $1 for every time someone asked me, are you going to play a Souls game while I'm playing Slay the Spire or something, this might end up happening with Baldur's Gate 3. So, is that going to create a resurgence of CRPGs, or everyone creating subconscious changes, like comparison to a value of standard, even though they're not relevant? It can. Like, it can, to the point where you're gonna have like a developer that spend millions. Yeah, the comparison apocalypse. And they're not gonna be relevant. Like, they don't, and we're talking about psychologically, emotionally, not rationally. So while we can tell ourselves, hey, I believe most human beings can say things like, yeah, this is not a Souls game, so why am I making that comparison? It's fair intellectually, but it doesn't stop you from feeling like you got gypped. You see what I mean? Like, buyer's perspective, developer's perspective, or publisher's perspective, it's like, I'm spending $60 on this game, and if you are a Baldur's Gate 3 fan, you'll start to think, yeah, but what is the scope limit of $60? If it's Larian Games, oh no. I think, as passionate people, I believe in the developers who want to make games of their own vision, but if they always have to meet a lofty scope that is unemotionally compromised comparison between two games that are unrelated, that kind of sucks as a creator, I would say. Like, it's kind of like one of those things where you open a business, like you want to start an online commerce business, but everyone's gold standard is Amazon. And if it becomes big enough, you don't have a shot before you even start. So you have to try to innovate, right? You have to try to produce something that Amazon can't produce. That just sounds like a monopoly dominance. And I'm not saying, I'm trying not to make it sound like Larian should put out a statement or something. They deserve all their... It is. And one of the things is, yes, it's very fair to say, well, they want to keep standards low so they can meet them, right? For example, like one of the bigger counter arguments, like, oh yeah, these people are salty because the projects they have might not meet the scope of Larian's scope in a reasonable time and offer like certain things, like, but it's not that. It's building, the concern is building an expectation that was unintended. And I don't think Larian, I don't know if Larian will put out a statement. It's like acknowledging like, oh yeah, it was a long years, many hard times, and this also fits into the scope of other developers. The last thing we want to do is make enemies of our colleagues, right? So it would be great to have like a collaborative communication where people say like, yeah, you know, these games still cost a lot and you have to wait a certain amount. Here's some transparency so that the next time you go and buy a game, you're not going to say, why can't I have 3,000 hours of content for $60? Just like that, all the time. And I don't think it's necessary a win-lose. I think it's a win-win a lot of times when you have emotional expectations meet your intellectual expectations. for all the success of a breakout hit like Baldur's Gate 3 comes with a lot of emotional biases that may not be made apparent to young people. I would say here's one that I can share anecdotally. FromSoft was so great, in my opinion, in their one dominant area that there's a whole generation of young players who cannot dispel and enjoy breaking away from FromSoft's design. And I'm saying this from more of a casual mentoring guy to say that actually creates a psychological dependency on specific stimuli. If you're a person who uses gaming as a form of coping and escapism, and you have conditioned yourself to a gold standard that's arbitrarily overrepresented by a design, those kids end up spending a lot of time trying to recondition and enjoy anything else. And that's kind of the more of the meta stuff that I talk about a lot, and that's why I focus a lot on explaining what a Korean MMO is, right? What a Japanese MMO is like, what a Western MMO is like. It helps to know these things, and I hope that Baldur's Gate 3, for all its success and stuff, doesn't stymie the creativity with the business practice of what sells. It's like, I'm all for that. I'm a Western fantasy fan. However, you gotta admit that every corner you look at in whichever industry, there's a Western fantasy thing happening, like all in your face. So I start thinking, like, when am I gonna... So are all the sci-fi projects being canceled or being delayed because business practices have to line up with consumer sentiments, right? So D&D is doing really well. But now what happens to everything else that doesn't do very well because of the allure of algorithm-based trending stuff, right? Are we going to see science fiction for a while? That kind of thing. And to me, I think, personally, to be very rational to the people who are salty, right? The developers who are raising a funk about it. I see people who maybe are like 5 or 6 years in the making of their game that's about to come out, and they realize that, boy, this would be a really bad time to release a game that isn't like Baldur's Gate 3. We've seen this before. FromSoft games literally push other games away in their release window because of how consumerism created gold standards for themselves. And then that is a feedback loop. When a gold standard sits uncontested, they continue to create that same one, which stunts creativity, right? It stunts creativity, but it certainly drives up a consumerism like frenzy. It gets people to keep buying the same products for a really extended amount of time, and it's good for business, certainly. It's not necessarily good for creativity. So as a developer group, you can kind of empathize with stunted creativity. We could use a different type of analogy to this. Content creation on YouTube. When something trends, it is very difficult to go against that trend. And gaming consumerism is very similar now. So Baldur's Gate 3 has the entire backing of the Wizard of Coast trend, the D&D trend, all the critics, a unanimous glowing backing of the greater extended community, and the vast majority of influencers. So without tapping into the psychology or the danger of this, it's difficult to see the developers in the light of being concerned for their creative freedom. One thing to illustrate this is kind of like a studio that becomes very popular for a thing under a publisher, and that publisher strong arms the studio to continue making the same product, right? Iterate on the same product against their wishes. Like, so what would happen is that studio leave, or the creators leave the studio behind and take risks again until they get their product. For myself as a creative person, or like I like to consider myself, I guess, remotely creative, I like to take that sentiment, that stance where when something becomes overtly popular, uncontested, it will habitually set a gold standard that lots of people will love for a while, but it will also destroy the creative liberties, or it will compete, at least outcompete the creative liberties of anyone who's in a creative competitive process. I think the soulsification of the industry for a long while was a good parody for the concern. Yeah, it is. Before Souls was Ubisoft. Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed, which led to the dawn of the open world craze and then Ubisoft fatigued out, right? So everyone started adding more. The worlds had to be bigger in scope, but it had the cloning process and the checklist and stuff. It expanded and it continued to fatigue. Another great one is the Marvel universe, the MCU. Disney's thing. It is great when it is uncontested. Like, it is incredible when it's uncontested and everyone mirrors it. To me, if you're a fan, you're gonna drink it up. You're gonna drink it up until you're like, you know, ODing, right? ODing on it. But if you're not a fan, you're gonna be swarmed with all that stimuli, and you're constantly looking for something else. In that time, literally anything that was not the MCU goes on their merits alone, but they're not lucrative, or they're not relatively lucrative. And that's what the developers are worried about, in my opinion. Like, because they're not lucrative, publishers will see less likely to invest in their projects. So for example, if you pitched a science fiction game, I doubt you will get more peaked than pitching a D&D game due to the trend. And in the time of FromSoft, the soulsification of the game industry, if you pitch a Souls-like game, you are more likely to draw more attention than, like, lucratively, like business model wise, because a business operates on statistics, right? It operates on precedents in order to make safe investments or hedging investments. Yeah, and it sucks. It's kind of a duality of the human condition all the time, right? Creativity, in order to be creative, you take risks and they're unrefined. But when you want to refine and become standardized, you iterate and continue to refine it. A great example in technology is Apple's ecosystem or Google's ecosystem. Samsung, any ecosystem that is constantly refining, uncontested. Apple is refining because it's uncontested. So creativity and innovation takes a hit for uncontested refinement. So it becomes standardized. And developers are thinking, we're in the golden age of gaming, I would say. The second coming of golden age of gaming in general. So at a time like this, it's worth opening a dialogue about the popularity and the driving force against creativity when an uncontested gold standard shows up. Like Nintendo has many examples of uncontested standards. So Nintendo sets the standards for their own games because they're in a closed ecosystem. And if you think about it, it's great that they stay creative, even uncontested, but they don't necessarily have to, right? They don't necessarily have to be creative. If you're in a non-competitive state, you can keep going about your things. So what we're saying here is, I don't believe Lorien is in the state where they would just pull an Activision or like a publisher's opportunism where they capitalize on. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is worth noting that it is a one-off fantastic CRPG, and it's not gonna say, I don't think they're making a statement like, hey, you should make like games like us, and everyone should make like their own version of Baldur's Gate 3. Is, we love this game, we made this game, please go on and make your other games. Please go on to make something that is great, but at the same time, you have to convince all the fans that is worth investing in other games anymore. I play a game that is, because I play a game series in my last like 3 or 4 months that's becoming mainstream soonish, right? It's becoming bigger. And what happens is, I hope everyone else, all the other developers, continue to make their own games so that there's different creativities going on. But when a game takes off so hard, pragmatically speaking, it's very difficult to not want to try to capitalize on that. If you're a businessman, and then the creative people suffers for it, in my opinion. They get restricted for it. Like, they cannot pitch games when there's a gold mine sitting in front of them. So it sucks because there are things like, Elden Ring is Elden Ring is releasing in July. All right, guys, real talk. We're gonna push all the launch games around Elden Ring. That's the repeated process that I feel must be reached. That concern must be reached here. Like, it would be great if there are like 4 or 5 wonderful games that happen in a short period of time within each other, so that it gives the psychology of consumers to understand that, hey, it's not one of them, it's a lot of them, and you want to celebrate creativity. But if one creator excels beyond another, whether unintentionally or not, it creates a psychological bias that honestly ends up hurting everyone. Everyone gets a big thing. Like, while you're enjoying this stuff, you realize that as a creator, like if you're a game developer, you are in a tough spot if you're not making a Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Like, if you're not making a D&D game right now, you're in a tough spot. Like, monetarily. You would have to pick up a publisher who's willing to invest in a game that isn't making millions and shattering records. And that's what happened when Souls took off. Like, what are you gonna make? It's like, hey, can I hire you? Are you making a Souls game? Like, we want you to make a Souls game. Like, you know what? Drop what you're doing. Souls games are all the rage. Let's get more Souls games. Kids can't have enough of this because FromSoft set a standard, and we're all gonna try to meet it. When Assassin's Creed came out, Ubisoft, they know where it's at. Let's make a game like that. Oh heck, we have Far Cry. Let's make it just like that. Let's keep on accentuating the standards. Baldur's Gate 3 then becomes less and less unique, right? But I don't think that's a desirable consequence of developers. If I was an artist, right, it happened in the art, like right now it's happening in the art world, you know, with the whole AI explosion and whatnot, where if you start to standardize expectations, all the art is going to start to look the same. Because they, as much as an artist wants to succeed doing their own thing, they have to get paid somehow, or they have to make money somehow to sustain their thing. Yeah, make more Marvel movies. That's exactly what for me, I'm saying this romantically. I know for a fact that I am guilty of privilege. I'm guilty of privilege, guilty of accessibility, and guilty of being in the creative field for most of the time. Like, I'm a creative problem solver most of the time. So I have these social biases, but I do, because of these social biases, I look specifically from a perspective of creative liberties. And business practices are what I study most of the time because I don't think like a business, like I don't emotionally feel like a businessman most of the time. But when it comes to business, if something succeeds uncontested, you bet your balls, you put your money on that product. And when you put your money on that product, no matter how intellectually how you are, if a bunch of products like that show up, psychologically being exposed and saturated to that type of product makes you think that is the only product that is worth high quality investments. Like, it is essence of high quality. Marvel, Disney did so well at Marvelizing cinema for a really long time. And if you like Marvel films, you know what I mean. You are addicted as heck. I was on the train for like maybe a solid phase 1 and phase 2. And then now it's moving on. So do we really want to go through all this training? Like, going on trains? I don't know. As a creative person, like if you're in the creative arts, you kind of don't want that, right? You want your product to stand as a welcome breath of fresh air. But understanding how human psychology works, it doesn't work that way most of the time. Mere exposure and inundation for something that's great, and you see it rapidly over and over again, will make that the standard form of quality. So you psychologically will be not be receptive to something different for a long while. And the stronger, the bigger force it is, that's what created Marvelization, Soulification, what's another great FGC, fighting games in the 90s. Fighting games in the 90s, man. Fighting games. SNK, Capcom, even Sega, and I'm missing one. Bandai, or was it Namco who owned it? Tekken. Like, 90s, it was a fighting game every single year. Like, almost every single year. And then there was like a remix or a remaster of a fighting game within the calendar year. It was, if you're not a fighting game, you're not a gamer. If you didn't play fighting games, you're not a gamer. So that kind of thing. And then let's not forget, there's another recent one, BR, right? BRs, battle royales. Like, I got a battle royale, you get a battle royale. How do we convert this into a battle royale? And I was not a battle royale person, so it was hard. It creatively, if you're outside the out group, if you're in the out group, you can't get into the same addiction, right? You can't get in on the bandwagon. For a creator, if your job is in that creative field, you can't help but have a uphill battle. Some people rise to the challenge, absolutely. So like when you rise to challenge, you swap the trend, right? You fight the trend. Even the subset of that BRization with how hugely, yeah, Fortnite, yep, still powerhouse. But for me as a pragmatist, I guess, I will try to exercise some pragmatic, but it's kind of idealistic, so it's probably less pragmatic. Is that it is always worth trying to provide perspective of one's own likes and dislikes psychologically in order to keep human creativity intact. It's great to be very, very good at things like and stay in the box. To me, I like gaming because it's a creative platform, right? And as much as I am so floored that Lorien Studios will probably, hot take, compete and take a Game of the Year award from Legend of Zelda, right? From Zelda. It's about time there's a similar calendar year that has a really unrelated competition. But here's the downside of all this. Zelda is in a non-compete closed ecosystem. So is Lorien Games. Like, they don't cross with each other. So at the same time, whatever they're duking out, it's hard to even say that they're not gonna just go about and create their own sphere of influence, unintentionally or intentionally. And it's not in the control of the developers. I think that's the biggest fear here. Or the fear from the creative standpoint and from their bosses, you know, the people who are paying the bills and whatnot. You can't control, it's hard to control consumerism's selective bias towards a gold standard, like a glowing thing. And Zelda, right? When Zelda comes out, Game of the Year. It doesn't, if the Game Awards won't give Zelda the Game of the Year, all the Nintendo outlets will. When you buy a new iPhone, it is the best iPhone that has ever graced the planet. That's all you need to know. Is it 1% better? It's still the best iPhone that it's ever been. Right? So, closed ecosystem. And Lorien managed to do it with CRPGs. It's uncontested. What is Obsidian gonna do? What is anyone who's not gonna write a D&D script for a CRPG going to do? That's gonna be tough for them. Like, yeah, you know, I don't want to make light of how long Lorien Games have worked on Baldur's Gate 3, but just for every one of those early access games that have gone for 3 to 4 years, there are also probably other games that have gone for 3 to 4 plus years. If not, usually it's like, I would say it's getting higher. It's like 5 or 6 years. And those guys are like, should we even release our game right now? Like, should we wait? How long should we wait before the whole, like, you know, before Baldur's Gate 3, like, makes enough space? And it's not fair to the developer either. They deserve all the fame and all the hard work speaks for itself. And that's great to be successful like that. But at the same time, you kind of start feeling, if you were a creator, right? I would say they would be easily able to empathize if they failed. Say if they failed. That they would like the idea that someone else's success becomes part of their success too. So, my hot take here is I hope everyone decides to continue playing other games. I hope they still make room in their hearts for a non-D&D CRPG game or a non-Baldur's Gate 3 CRPG game or even not a CRPG game. and it is quite salty. I would say it's salty and scary. Like when someone is incredibly successful and you happen to work in that field, it's hard not to feel a little hopeless or concerned, right? I've been working, like, hypothetically, I've been working on this secret sauce. Like, it's so good. Like, I think it's so good. But right before, like a month before my launch, the best sauce in the world just like went viral. What are your chances that your sauce, and then you look at it, it's like, oh man, it's not like that sauce. So what do I do? How do I pitch that my sauce is nothing, like, not really like the OP sauce that's on the market right now? How do I get people to try my sauce? It's tough. It's a tough question. And all the usual suspects came out to produce some criticism. And I think it was taken in a very malicious, cynical way. And it's taking like the fan base interpreted as a business move, as opposed to a creative move. And I would like to argue it's probably both. It's just that it's overrepresented by the business move. Basically, what they say is like, oh yeah, they want to downplay Baldur's Gate 3 because if they release their game, they want to have some hype too. Because if Baldur's Gate 3 takes all the hype, they're not going to be able to make money. And or like, the game isn't going to be as attractive. Or they want to lower the standards so they save money and produce more cash grabs and whatnot. That's got plenty of representation. All fair points. Fair enough. All emotional points. I respect that. Another perspective is not being represented though. Like another big perspective, which is the fear that creative liberties are gone. So like if CDPR comes out with the new Witcher game, do they adopt designs that Lorien created just so that it falls in line with standards? That's what happened in like the last 10 years of gaming. And let's not talk about the remake apocalypse. Or the remastering trend that we have right now by iterating and cycling through an old trend, right? That's also a thing. Like, oh, you know what? That's a great idea. We should do that. That's a great idea. We should do that. But here's a big catch though. The nice thing is remakes are bound by their IP, right? The IP that they own. So the remakes are still a little bit more flexing. And here's a really big silver lining. The way you can know that a specific psychology or a specific product still has creative liberties is that overall people are taking L's and W's, but they're not losing the ability to experiment. So when you get L's and W's and inconsistencies, creative liberties are still there. Unfortunately, from a business standpoint, creativity means monetary risks. So it's always a duality between them. Like for example, there are remakes that land flat. There are remakes that do well, right? Because it's bound by their IPs, and their IPs allow creative liberties. From a business standpoint, if you want to be creative, that's a monetary risk. So when something is super successful, it almost seems too big to fail. Congrats, Lorien Games. I feel it's worth making sure to balance the positivity with concerns, right? And then balance concerns with positivity. I think Lorien might have become the new Eeps, unintentionally or intentionally. I don't know if they want this title, but they've become the new, possibly too big to fail standard. Whether they like it or not, they can embrace it. but they can also be very open about their colleagues, their competition. Like for me, gaming as a consumer, you get less variety when a powerhouse dominates, right? Well, what do we usually call them in business? A monopoly. So when it approaches that, or it has the early signs, right? Larian gets to choose if they do that, because they're self-published, which is so incredible. But when was the last time it led to a proper feedback loop on itself that created disaster? I don't have to tell you about CDPR Cyberpunk 2077. I still love the game, by the way. I played it on launch and I went through it no problems. My PC was like even mid-tier and loved it, right? But man, that is vicious on creativity. It's like, it's absolutely vicious psychologically. People alone, isolated, do this to themselves too. Like for example, you're performing so well and then one day you have an off date. If the greater or more consistent you performed, the worse those days feel. It's a matter of psychology, I suppose, if I am so bold. I'm not an expert in psychology or anything like that. It's just using the the foundations of the human condition to explain things, right? When you're incredibly consistently improving and then you have an off day, is incredibly emotionally off-putting. Instead of being in a state where you're underperforming, overperforming, you know, like your expectations are like, oh, I have off days and I have good days. And then when you have off days, there will be good days. But if you're consistently hitting a gold standard and you're too big to fail, and when you fail, ooh, that's a double edge. I personally would not, as a creative person, I personally wouldn't want to live on that expectation. So every developer who sees a golden game that comes out and they're on cloud 9, they're thinking to themselves, in my opinion, well, our fans and our consumers understand that we tried something new and it isn't the Baldur's Gate 3 experience. It isn't the FromSoft Dark Souls experience. It's our experience that we want to give. Can you be so sure that even the people who buys their games understand what type of emotional or psychological predilection that they have? If you're a creative person, I'm probably just preaching to the choir. But if you're a person that consumes out of habit, then whenever you're upset that something doesn't taste good as the best things you've ever had, that's the type of people I'm talking about. And then when it comes to buying something, that is a reinforced feedback loop. When you buy something $30, and it exceeded all its value that you've ever expected, the next time you go and buy something that's $30, you could tell yourself, yeah, I experienced the best thing I've ever had, but you're still gonna feel like crumb. You're still gonna feel crummy. And that type of emotional dissonance is, I feel, the thing that drives most things nowadays. Where, oh my gosh, this is the best game ever. You're not thinking to yourself, realistically, I probably won't feel this way for a while in the future. So I might need to ground my emotional state so that I can be open-minded to buying something different. Usually that's not the case, because when you buy something, you don't buy something that you don't like, right? I like to say that when you buy something, you're not being creative. You're being pragmatic. You buy based on pragmatism. So if Lorien Games is knocking out of the park, you buy more Lorien games. Like if Larian is doing well, you continue to buy more Larian games. You know, games from Larian. Baldur's Gate was your best experience you've ever had before. You must continue to spend money on Baldur's Gate 3 related things. You're not going to take a risk and go buy like The Witcher 1 remake? Like, that ain't no Larian Studios. It's freaking CDPR. They're last week's news. Or like last week meaning like 2 years ago. Like, but for me, I'm like, good on you. Maybe one day I'll play Baldur's Gate 3. I'll play it. Now I'm looking for something new. Like my next game is not going to be a D&D CRPG. When I played Neverwinter, my next game was PSO2 NGS. Like I'm looking for different things. But I am a minor representation of the human condition. I'm not a person who statistically benefits business models. As in, I want developers to take risks. The trade-off here is any developer that is already taking a creative risk, they benefit from the minority population, in my opinion. It's definitely less than 50% of consumers. Every indie game is targeting less than 50%, at least less than the majority of buying power. So I like indie games. I like publishers who I like publishers, long-standing developers that make new IP every time, but they always have to take the risks for me. So their publishers would not like that. Definitely not. As a businessman, I have to remember that the publishers want consistent revenue. But it's a selfish thing that I'm requesting. I want creative people somehow to be rewarded for taking creative risks. And that's only possible if the trend of consumerism favors creative risks. And so often influencers and reviewers would say, yeah, you know, I love creative games where we can be laxed and understanding and tolerable and pay for creative risks. Yet emotionally, the vast majority of people, if they like something so much, like they latch on to the gold standard, they're going to stay with the gold standard for as long as possible. And they will become less and less tolerant of anything that strays away from the gold standard. Like, this game is garbage. It's not a Souls-like game, says the vast majority of gamers 6 years ago. Like, oh man, like there's no way this developer can make a Souls game as good as FromSoft. And they would play it for like 1 hour and then refund it or something. Like it already happened with remakes. Callisto Protocol, the Dead Space remake. Like that already happens. Like, oh, you know, it's basically Dead Space, but it's like a budget Dead Space. Like, they don't have their we used to have it, you know, there used to be others, right? A good example where creativity won, in my opinion, is Gran Turismo and Forza. The relationship between Gran Turismo and Forza. But there was a casualty in all this too. Mainly most of Codemaster stuff. So Codemaster did like Dirt Rally, Colin McRae, Rallycross, I think, series, and they became indie. So they usually just less lucrative, always self-publishing. So they try to remain true to their own stuff, but it's at the cost of being admired, being successful, and whatnot, right? Forza is top right now. Gran Turismo, not so much, but still okay, because closed ecosystem. Gran Turismo is Sony's darling and remains Sony's darling, and Forza remains Microsoft's darling. And Codemaster sticks with the PC. You can carve out non-competitive things. Anyway, it's a long digression. I wanted to digress about this because I played Neverwinter Online, right? Let's just take it all the way back to why this is relevant. I played Neverwinter. I have absolutely no reservation to digress into this again so many times, because Baldur's Gate 3's success means that Wizard of Coast is on Cloud 9, and that floats Cryptic's Neverwinter as well. The downside to this is, if I was a popular, which I'm not, if I was a popular content creator, I would probably have to answer the question, why am I not playing Baldur's Gate 3? Or, better yet, this comment would be more relevant or occurring. Neverwinter, like, this isn't D&D. D&D is not a combat MMO. Why don't you play like a real D&D game, like Baldur's Gate 3? As much as the creators and developers love to be successful and continue to do their own thing, when you become mainstream, right? When you become the big dudes that set standards, I think it's unfair to expect them to quell and communicate with their growing community. But generally speaking, they are somewhat the catalyst for the formation of elitism and gatekeeping. And gatekeeping is going to happen psychologically, whether unintentionally or not. And it's up to Larian to maybe learn, in my opinion, or adapt and compromise what happened to CDPR and FromSoft. Maybe like consolidate them. Because to this day, yeah, FromSoft is doing really well, but CDPR did incredible. But that didn't stop them from getting like unconditionally crucified for making a new IP. Is Larian gonna stick to making the same game forever? I don't know. As a creator, in my opinion, I hope to see Larian make other games. I want to see them make a game that resonates with me. I'm not the biggest D&D person, but I would love to see them make a cyberpunk CRPG. A great example would be like a Shadowrun. You know, like a Shadowrun CRPG. That'd be fantastic. It wouldn't be like necessarily out of the box, but it would be like an IP switch, and they would have to take that risk for me, which is very selfish. But I love creative people for that reason. I love that we can talk about video games from different perspectives, like different things. But man, I'm so excited for Larian. Like I'm so excited for D&D lovers. But I'm also bittersweet about it, because I really hope that when I go on Netflix, go on Hulu, I don't know, go to my favorite outlets, I don't see like a full screen of Western RPG D&D inspired content. It didn't stop me from consuming them. Like even the Lord of the Rings, like Amazon's Lord of the Rings foray, Amazon's 40k, like Warhammer foray, the rising resurgent popularity of World of Warcraft. I don't even play World of Warcraft anymore. But all of this affects psychological standards. Like Western RPGs are in, like really in. And Larian like just exploded to the top. Like they're like the GOAT now. Curious where they're gonna take it. I'm still looking forward to Witcher. I'm a little bit more invested in the Witcher universe. Heck, I might even say I'm more of a George R.R. Martin universe than the Dungeons and Dragons. I'm sorry, it's just like the order of how I was exposed to things, right? And then friends and situations and whatnot. But good for D&D community. Good for Neverwinter. Heck, like I'm gonna continue playing Neverwinter without even a second thought that there's any danger. I played this game for over 9 years, like the course of 9 years, right? Like my account is like, I don't know if I'm close to 20,000 hours. So on and off, I'm gonna seal it off with a very positive message for my digression. And I haven't prepared this essay very well yet, but I like to rehearse live here. The positive message is, it is a fine few in the, I would say I'm gonna give it 5 years. It is a fine time to be a fan of Dungeons and Dragons for the next 5 years, at least 5 years. So if you have any interest in Western RPGs, get on the bandwagon, man. Pick up Baldur's Gate 3. If you're not a fan and you don't know if you're a fan, try to be emotionally, like, here's one slight deep cut. If you're a fan of FromSoft Souls-like game, give Dungeons and Dragons a shot. You know, it's the next wave. It's gonna be a while before Souls-like fandom comes. Like, it's gonna be a while, if not any time, where FromSoft is gonna compete again and bring back Souls games in a light that Larian has done for D&D. So try to be open-minded to the next creative wave, I suppose. The creative standard. Because D&D is here to stay. Against, if you're not a fan of D&D, well, join me, I guess. And we can share our thoughts about all the alternatives, right? All the indie games that we enjoy. Just to throw another optimistic thing is, I'm happy that Sega is successful enough to continue, and it's big room, like, you know, the gaming industry is big enough to accommodate other types of games. And I spent the last 4 to 5 months straight, almost on a daily basis, playing a series called Like a Dragon, and I absolutely love it. So I'm not trying to also find the trying to sound like a doomsayer. While this can produce a lot of strain on creative freedom, video games, the gaming industry is far big enough to support more than one trend and more than one possible breakout hit. Like, and also just to dispel some stuff, a breakout hit doesn't necessarily contribute to a new trend. It seems like all the signs are pointing to that. But let's get a little bit of a reminder. One breakout hit 2 years ago was It Takes Two. That's an indie cooperative puzzle game. And I really thought there was going to be a shot where it would highlight others, but it didn't. So, because it was a one-off. It was one of those things like, no, we're going to stick to small scale stuff. The indie scene, like, you know, business people didn't say, yeah, this was it. This is the model. So all the things that I said now could technically be irrelevant. It's just speculation, you know? It's the likelihood of things to happen. Things to keep in mind. That if your whole screen or the entire your entire Steam store is going to have trending CRPG games for the next 5 years, we'll revisit this discussion. But realistically, it's probably going to be a little in between. Like, CRPG is hard to be it's a very high barrier. It's a very nuanced genre that is not accessible. kind of like the beginning of our discussion, right, about Korean MMOs. It's still a very hard sell. Like, it is a big gate. That gate is really heavy to get into CRPG, especially D&D. So it might not become the, like, my mother loves D&D too. She's been playing for 3 months. That kind of talk. Like, it's hard. It's still a very heavy gate. Quite a heavy gate. Like, MCU got so, like, the Marvel universe got so accessibility knocked down that even now it's gone so long that it itself is also not accessible anymore. So it can hurt. It can psychologically prevent D&D from becoming this type of thing. Can also do the opposite. Unlikely to, but it can also enrich for the opposite, which the gatekeeping can get excelled to the point where it cannibalizes itself, which kind of happened with at the later stages. When the honeymoon period is over, you start developing gatekeeping. A great example is the Souls community, the largest Souls community. Like, they would, and the gatekeeping would be so strong that the community would unintentionally, I'm not going to say they maliciously go out and do that, but gatekeeping is often unintentional. It's an emotional defense, right? They would antagonize other games for their merits. So, like, oh man, this game isn't a Souls game. You should be playing Souls games. They're high quality games that reward aptitude, and yeah, this stuff is very natural gatekeeping. And I don't have to tell you, Dungeons and Dragons pedigree goes really far behind. The first gatekeepers out the door would be those who probably be thinking, I like D&D before it was mainstream. Personally, I find that type of feeling a little bit ironic, because the thing you love, isn't it always mainstream? Sorry, it's a little jab, but it's about microcosms. Gatekeepers often live in a microcosm, so they only think of things. I'm like, emotionally, it would cloud the logic that most things are mainstream if the scale is right. So if you only hang around with people who like Souls games, that constitutes mainstream in your perspective, because you're merely being exposed to the constant reinforcement that Souls games are great. So that creates danger in creativity for Baldur's Gate 3, like D&D games. It hampers creativity because you become thinking like, we should integrate what makes the GOAT game good. So in the future, what do developers have to think about? They have to think about including 2 million lines of story. But guys, Larian have 2 million literal scripts for their story. How much do you think we need before we don't get criticized by our fans? Do you think our fans will understand that our game is really different and we don't need 2 million lines of script? That kind of thing. And it will bleed into everything. Sorry. I just love talking about these things. It's so the more I talk about it, the more deeper cut it becomes. And I enjoy talking about the games I play and try to make it relevant to a bigger audience. I play this game for that reason. The live service games, a whole nother big bag of worm, a whole nother can of worms. And I've been trying to figure out more succinct ways and less long drawn out ways of describing the challenges that consumers face, and developers and publishers, right? But largely trying to ascertain to what creates dissatisfaction to the current consumers. And that may or may not be interesting to developers and publishers, because I don't have knowledge privy to statistics that developers probably do. All these like open dialogues to me are very healthy for for people to make decisions, right? The whole goal of these type of dialogue is to encourage people to be open-minded. And when they become open-minded, I truly and earnestly believe that people are happier overall when they understand why they're upset, or how they're upset, or how they're being manipulated, or how they're gaslighting themselves, kind of thing. Like all that stuff. It really leads to just decisions that, I mean, the one big, really big hot take that I generally use to attract thoughts is openly choosing to be fearful, or openly choosing to take a leap of faith when you have the ability to do so, or openly being able to take a challenge that you can't possibly win and still feel okay about it. That kind of level of realization. So I often challenge people to dialogue that allows them to do that, because I think if you can do that, there's no concern that you'll find some happy resolution for whatever you want to do, in my opinion. So all that talk is just to give ideas rattling. I'm making no claims that I'm correct or incorrect about certain things. I rarely can predict the future. I dare say so that I like to meet someone who can actually predict the future. So I'm not implying I have any form of foresight that would make any of my comments today any more valid than the next person who has feelings and patterns that they work off of. But in the end, I was trying to one of my biggest motivation is I'm often on the side of the creator. Like, what I mean is I'm often talking about a side that's underrepresented most of the time, because it's interesting. Just like I'm on the side of trying to find value in a game that doesn't behave with common trends. I want to say I'm a hipster, but no, not really. There are many things that I am not a hipster, because I want consistency in my life. So it's more of a balance, right? I'm not there's no to me, being a contrarian doesn't necessarily bring satisfaction, but it brings perspective. At the same time, the act of a contrarian is to have the object of being argumentative, which I'm not trying to anyways. More perspectives mean a more worldly view on things. It's still very sorry, I'm like smiling and having like a smirk on my face, is because I was taking bets, right? Or I was betting with myself, basically. I was challenging myself, like, yeah, let's not accept that the standard sequel with a closed system is gonna get Game of the Year. Obviously, I'm talking about Nintendo and Zelda, right? And I had this conversation with my friend, my close friend, for a while. It's like, do you think the Zelda buff, how strong do you think the Zelda buff is when it comes to, and to me, when I was referring to the Zelda buff, I was thinking about how non-competitive it is, like how uncontested it is in its own right, which is worthy of merit and stuff. But then this happened. I'm like, man, even though they're both in their closed systems, usually they have one loose connection, and that's things like Game Awards. And it puts a smile on my face that when there's a year that's hotly contested, it's exciting for me as a consumer. To me, I desire that each year is hotly contested. And I want to also be smiling that as a consumer, all the consumers enjoy this aspect where they would like, yeah, they're gonna go out and play Zelda. Yeah, they're gonna go out and play Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, they're gonna pick up D4, you know, Diablo 4. What else came out? Yeah, they're gonna pick up their Resident Evil 4 remake. Yeah, that came out this year too, right? So, all that stuff, but even no matter how intellectually inclined I'm, like, you know, want to say I am, realistically, I consume things with a priority. And so does most people, right? You have to make decisions based on priority in some way. So here's to the success of Dungeons and Dragons once again, and layering games with Baldur's Gate 3. I'm looking forward to watching people play it, or maybe like a montage of friends like backstabbing each other, role-playing backstabbing each other, or like doing goofy things. I don't think I myself have the commitment at the moment, the freedom of commitment to such a undertaking as having a serviceable deep dive into Baldur's Gate. I'm more of a deep diving kind of person, so if I can't perform the deep dive, like video games, I trust creative content creators to offer a deep dive for me to consume, masticate, ruminate, and brainstorm. And then, you know, other content creators. The creative space is my jam. I live a life being in the creative lane, so it's very romantic, in my opinion, when I see creators duke it out. If there's any, like, and if they're duking it out to offer me a product, I absolutely love it. Now, business doesn't really like that, obviously. If you're a business owner, it's tough. And I want to be as fair as I can to also the business owners. My family made their their rise to privileged status, I suppose, through the use of pragmatic business, right? Being pragmatic about business. And that side of me certainly would love if the world had an idealistic redistribution of resources to fund everything. But we have to keep in mind that business practices are inherently competitive. And in a competitive space, there are winners and losers. Larian is the winner here today. And maybe for the next couple years, actually. There's still one more title, you know? There's still one more title. Because FromSoft's Armored Core is being released later this year. So we'll see. 2023 is an exciting time for gaming. like being a gamer or someone who enjoys more than their selective bias, right? I'm not saying that you can't just be that guy who only likes a specific thing at the moment, but I am not one of them. So whenever I see so many games that has a competition for Game of the Year, it's so exciting. It's liking video games for video games. You can definitely be a FromSoft gamer. That's all the power. But I like games for games. I like the creative process. If every year is as this hot, I would have no end of things to say about video games. Without a doubt. I wouldn't even find, I don't know if I would even have enough time to talk about all of it. Or even consume all of it, or be knowledgeable about it. Heck, I don't know anything about Baldur's Gate 3, to be fair. Just superficial stuff. I was only talking about the psychology and the business model. I said nothing about Baldur's Gate 3, other than the developers. I'm genuinely... The first thing I have to make myself aware of is the people who made it, the people who fund it, like all the people that make it possible. That's priority number one. And then the second take is generally the people who are consuming it. And then maybe one day I'll play the game, right? I'll be able to play the game and experience it and offer empathy. But at the moment, I can't empathize with any Dungeons and Dragons person because I have not played a Baldur's Gate game. Literally have not played a Baldur's Gate game. Not even 1, 2, or 3. Any of the BioWare titles. Just arm's length. I know their historical influence. I know the mechanical standards they set. I know who BioWare is, where they are now. I'm really invested in the creators. Because I empathize with the creators for the task of creating. It's tough. It sucks as well when you're confronted by a outperformer, an incredible I'm trying to think of an anecdote of my own self. The closest thing I can think of is like, for example, I went to graduate school, right, for my PhD in biology. But when you go to a graduate school, often you have to meet certain standards, right? Because it's a school. Schools are standardized. And that type of thinking legitimately erodes your mental stability. Like, it is the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges in anyone's life, is when you enter a standardized field of like anything you do. So when you enter graduate school, you officially entered into an organization, like a calling or a life's chapter that involves standardization. And that stuff can destroy a person. And if the standards are set by just like, if you just happen to be in the presence of someone who set a standard that everyone just implicitly cannot overcome, like think about, like psychologically overcome, you have to spend your entire life measured to that standard. And that's how I empathize with any form of creative process where you have to put yourself in the shoes of those who aren't the winners. Because there are, for every winner, there are far more losers. But it doesn't have to lead to a antagonist, in my opinion. I'm being a little naive here, I suppose. It doesn't necessarily have to lead to a purely antagonistic relationship. Kind of that old cliche of friendly competition, right? Or maybe like friendly rivalry, so to speak, kind of thing. I hope this fosters that. Unfortunately, consumerism predicates on pragmatism a lot of times. Like pretty much 90% of the time, consumerism is predicated on pragmatism. And pragmatism does not have win-win situations. In fact, the whole idea of being pragmatic and being logical is that when something wins, another thing loses. Only sentimentalism, irrationality, and emotional intelligence can produce a situation where losing is winning, and winning could be losing, which is the part that I'm trying to appeal to. And I like to think that content creators and whatnot, influencers could see the fun duality and the poeticness of exercising the difference between pragmatic decision making and irrational decision making, because content creation and the success of content creators predicate on that faith alone, which is you hope that whatever you're creating is unique enough that there are people, the world is big enough to appreciate what you're doing, right? But then you start throwing in pragmatism through like multi-billion-dollar corporations or multi-million-dollar corporations, and then you start feeling the pressure that should you give up your creative liberties to embrace standards. And because video game is such a large business, in such a lucrative business sector now, business is what imparts that pragmatism. In fact, business is the most logical thing about the video games in general. It's really weird that that what I'm saying might sound very obvious when it doesn't involve things that you love, right? And what I mean by love, I mean like video games, things that you're interested in. But when it starts involving things that you don't like, you can behave very pragmatically. But when it involves something that you do like, it's easier to appreciate the duality of the human condition. You're willing to forgive the things you like. You're not willing to forgive, or tolerate things that you're not familiar with or don't like yet. So it's very logical that you wouldn't want to take risk on things that you're not familiar with. And if the thing you really love, everyone's telling you it's the best thing that's ever happened since sliced bread, then I don't blame you for thinking that nothing can be good as Baldur's Gate 3 right now, if you're a D&D fan. See where I'm going with this? Not even Neverwinter Online. So I begin to ask myself then, when someone comes in who, like, eventually, at one of these weeks, inevitably, I'm going to have to answer the question, why aren't you playing Baldur's Gate 3? It's a definitive D&D experience. It's like, you're right. Can you tell me about that experience? I would love to hear why you think it's the definitive D&D experience. because I would love to know. And then I can tell you why I'm playing Neverwinter Online at the moment, as opposed to playing D&D. Baldur's Gate 3, right? Oh, you know what? What the heck? Oh, I must have completed more than one stuff. Okay, so we're done with this tune after that long digression, right? Tune number 3. All right. As always, the third tune. We're gonna focus. Let's see how quickly we can get this done. And then we're gonna do a run of Demon's Web Pits. Or at least try. I want to do a Blade Master run because of the boon change, or like the Paragon change. It's time to refocus. I am looking forward to some of the people that I watched for a while as they're playing through Baldur's Gate 3. I want to see like the best moments. I want to see when like a friend role plays and backstabs another friend. The stuff that you would typically see in like tabletop RPGs and whatnot. That's what makes it entertaining for me. Like, I like the role-playing stuff. Okay. Let's see how quickly we can do this. There's so much leeway here. Alright, we gotta spam some talk. Let's go do some talk. Sorry, I went on a digression, but hopefully you guys are enjoying whatever you're doing. Also, thanks for saying hi. Freaking fictitious. More Marvel movies, you say? I guess I set myself up for that. Make more Marvel movies. You know, I saw that coming. Like I was gonna go into Marvel eventually. Like I'm still watching like the Marvel stuff for like completion's sake. Like just man, like I haven't renewed my Disney Plus subscription to play to watch Secret Invasion. I've heard some saucy hot takes on the psychological situation with Disney fatigue, and some say like, no, it's the creative writing and stuff. I'm looking for some saucy essays after I watch it. So I'm still largely current to date on that. Oh, by the way, Fictitious, did you see the 2.5D movie that came out of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? That's a big D cut. That cuts into my childhood, man. TMNT. Hybrid rendering. I love that trend too. Yeah, I watch Hulu with ads, right? I watch Hulu with ads because they every once in a while I renew Hulu because they offered me something to save some money. So it was like there was a promo for Hulu for 3 months for $2 each, right? So $6 total. So I'm on like a Hulu. Hulu is what usually I watch, like bootstrap through shows that I like to bootstrap through, which is like Rick and Morty, Bob's Burgers, What We Do in the Shadows, Futurama, and the ads. Yeah, lots of TMNT ads. Actually, that's how I came across. Like, that's how I became aware of that movie. It looks great. I love the hybrid thing. It's like, yeah, I'm all about the, like, I love great CG hyperrealism, or like the complexity of like computational work and all that stuff. But I also like the the stylistic flexibility of adding like that hybrid look, because it allows stylization that goes beyond the form of reality, but more on the form of expression. And yeah, looks great. I'll probably watch it at some point, but it's in theaters right now, so not quite yet. I did see the first 2 episodes of American Born Chinese. Still haven't watched the rest because Hulu has a weird I guess corporate relationship with Disney that kind of filters down to its availability of its programming. Like, sometimes it has programs that will eventually end up, it's on Disney Plus permanently, but it's not on Hulu permanently. It's only on for a limited time. So I was watching it, and then in the middle of it was removed. And you know, as a little bit of background, Hulu and Disney are together. Like, they are in a, I don't know how to define them formally, like the formal business relations, but they are working together in some sort of financial capacity. They did Monkey King, you know. It's kind of campy, but Monkey King nonetheless. I'm a sucker for Monkey King. Give me Wukong any day. If you put in Bakai, all of a sudden, I'm all for it. Like, if anyone go as far as putting Bakai in, or I guess, with, the westernization is like Pixie. I guess Pixie would be the westernization of the character. But they go as far as including that, it's like, yes. Because I love the, like, the interaction between Wukong and Bakai all the time. Because they kind of represent different types of vices. Dang it. Come on. I'm not seeing clearly here. Hold up. Does this take me? Oh no, it doesn't. Ah, I'm losing time. Come on. Gotta remember to go north. Oh, right. I thought I was on something else. I thought I was on a different task. I need these things. These little spurts of magical energy. Gotta place a conduit on it. Yes. Gotta refocus. Okay. Number 4. Are there 2 places in here? No. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, you can get frozen by that ray, huh? Even while you're guarding? That's interesting. I think it's actually faster just to TP, right? So it'd just be a straight line? So if I go in straight line, right? This distance. If I was here... Yeah, slightly short. Just saving a few. Like 5 seconds at most. 5 or 6 seconds. Man, this storyline was, or this story quest line was long. I like it. And this was technically last week's storyline, but there would be so much overflow currency after the weekly haul. And then now we're pushing milestone 4 stuff to next week. It is so fast to complete this. They really expedited the flexibility of what task you want to do for the day. So you don't necessarily have to... It feels you have 2 or 3, maybe even 4 approaches in this module. It's fantastic. In this module, there are like 3 to 4 approaches to how to complete your hauls. That's great. That just screams accessibility. Because you could do things that you want to do, and they can expand upon that if they choose to do so. As opposed to like pigeonholing you to one type of activity. Like for example, it feels more like, hey, you need to exercise. So what kind of exercise are you going to do? You know, you can get your heart racing not just by jogging. You could, you know, you can go jump rope or something and stuff. I mean, inevitably, it will tax the same thing and kind of feel a little bit awful, right? In a way. So, like, but at least you have the intentful choice and selection on how to achieve it. And I think that's what works incredibly well to live service games. Having that type of mentality, although it comes at a diminished return, because it does double the workload, at least, or even triple, or however many options you want to go. So you need like separate staff, development teams to work on quality of life design choices. But it goes a long way to raising community inclusiveness. Like I want to do I would do hunts all the time. Like surely you can do that sort of to some extent. So you can kind of see the groundworks of all this stuff, which is great. Before it was like, so I have to do this task, and this is the only task that you have to do. Like, yeah, I'm not. So it can't, regardless of how much you bootstrap it, if you intrinsically dislike it, you'll dislike it. I mean, to me, that's kind of a healthy way of then appreciating what you do like. But just in case your design philosophy choice was all negative, then it creates a like a polar negativity. So as they're casting a wider net is, I guess, example is a better analogy. And the wider the net they cast, the more consistent player feedback will be. However, it's at the expense of the developers. The developers have to come up with these activities, and then they get diminished return because all the progress is funneled to one set of progress, but the choices they have to make comes at diminished cost. And that's kind of what makes like the current trend of modern action RPGs or character driven RPGs so attractive. It's the idea of having choice, and then that choice carries the entire experience, even at the expense of having multiple mechanics in that would not be used because that choice was made to cast a wider net. And even at the expense of purists saying like, what's the point of this mechanic if I don't use it to be successful? Even at that expense. A great example would be like, I don't know, playing a FromSoft game and going melee only or going range only, or you know, that kind of thing. It is self-imposed. It's at self-imposed challenges or self-imposed decisions often psychologically doesn't backfire as much as being forced to play a certain way. And for me, I'm almost quite literally the opposite. I actually prefer like, while I'm saying this as though it's a very positive thing, it's not my preferred thing. I like being pigeonholed and forced to do things that I can't imagine or know how to do. Because I'm actively choosing to play video games, right? So if I'm actively choosing to play video games, I'm actively looking for challenges. If I'm playing video games to cope or to escape, then like if you're one that uses that or have that specific mindset, then you would want to choose a game that gives you flexibility and choice, because you're playing to relax and you're trying to ease the challenge based on your preferences. That's great. And having both is the GOAT, because then you attract people who are playing video games for escapism and coping. I do not play video games. I'm generally not playing video games for escapism or coping at the current moment. I used to do that when I worked, right? When I had other things that I'm coping with. Nowadays, not so much. Now I play for academics, right? Academics and challenges. So it's so different from people who can't enjoy a game because it has to be challenging. That's spoken from someone who is coping, like who's escaping or getting getting a dose of copium. I play a game to see if it is challenging. Like, it's not mandatory. I'm not coping with anything at the moment. That's kind of the perspective difference. I'm looking for an experience that I'm not familiar with, which makes it challenging. Coping people are looking for a challenge they are aware of and can complete, because they want to complete it to get dopamine, you know, to get feedback, to feel good, affirmation, etc. So knowing and understanding that can really help someone make better decisions that are more appropriate for their own benefits, like their own desires. So when someone is looking for is saying that games have to be challenging enough for they to enjoy, then it's good to make sure that it's really what they want, because a lot of times they might be looking for something that exacerbates and worsens their emotional state. For example, or miscommunicates to others. So like one situation that occurs kind of often is you are an emotionally compromised person, for example, right? Emotionally compromised as in less than a 5. You're below average right now. You want to feel happy. So you ask someone, it's like, hey, you know, Do you have any recommendations? I'd like a challenging game, so because I need a challenging game to be fun, right? Like to be enjoyable. I'm looking for one. Well, two very common occurrences would be if the person you're talking to is someone you trust and they're very healthy, they will likely give you a challenge that is likely not to reflect the challenge that you want. So for example, if someone asks me like, oh, it's so fun to have a challenge and then work really hard to, you know, to succeed in it, my first thought to the person is, the greatest challenge is a challenge you can't win. Because I'm a healthy person. Like I don't need to succeed in a challenge in order to convince myself that I'm strong and consistent. And so the hardest challenges would be the challenges that you don't even know if you can win, that you can accomplish. That's like, for example, eating healthier, getting better sleep, improving your work ethic, things like that, right? But if you're the other, so that creates miscommunication, right? That creates like possibly condescension. There's a lot of mixed feelings in there. The alternative is usually someone that resonates with you. So they're gonna say, oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But here's the thing. If that person resonates with you, they have the same problem. So what are the chances that you're gonna get a thing that helps you with your problem, like looking for a game that is challenging enough for you to find satisfying, if you're talking to a person that resonates with you? It's very low, actually. Because like, what are you gonna say? It's like, oh yeah, I like these games. Like, oh yeah, I already played it. Or like, oh yeah, I know what you mean, but I kind of feel the same. You see what I mean? So, and then generally speaking, realistically, I pick two idealistic, like the other ends of the spectrum. It's somewhere in between, right? So you're trying to gauge that. So ideally, being able to understand what I just said and then filtering in between will allow you to be okay, in my opinion, or more reasonable and realistic when you approach someone for advice. You're not you're not having higher expectations than usual. You're not having lower expectations than usual. And it helps one be a lot more consistent. When I encounter, like for me, on the opposite hand, say I'm the person being asked for the advice. So for me, instead, I choose to dispel all assurances. Because I can't be assured. I can't assure them. So knowing what I just said, you can apply it if say like, oh, I don't have a problem. So how is this information useful? Well, you can use it in a way to when someone approaches you for help, right, or advice, you can identify that, or maybe like where they feel, you can fill it out where they are using that information, and one day you could help someone, you know, or you can make a happy person even happier, or you can make a really sad person happy, right? So that's kind of the idea. There's always a way to, in my opinion, there's mostly, the majority of the time, there's a way to repackage the information and experience you gain to be the person giving it or the person receiving it. That's kind of the way I approach things, in my opinion. So the more I practice this, the more I can instantly resonate with them. Or maybe get someone to, I could perhaps convince someone that I know enough that they can talk to me about something, right? Because Otherwise, it would be very difficult to communicate with someone if you do not have enough skills to increase your odds of resonating and being understanding to someone. Or getting jobs for that matter, you know, being in a working relationship with anyone. Like, my first question would be like, what kind of challenge are you talking about? I guess the first, like, here's a little, like, slight, I don't know, repackaging of a lot of what other people sell these days. First step is always, it's generally to identify if they're looking for a if what they're talking about is a passive or an active challenge. Because passive and active challenges are, there's an incredible distinction between the two. And what is the source of, what is the motivation behind their actions, right? Like, one of the things that I'm more interested in, I guess I would prioritize, is what compels someone to go out of their way to look for a challenging game, or what they perceive as a challenging game. I feel like that immediately places me in a place that demonstrates that I'm more concerned about how the person is feeling and want to get to know the person more than offering pleasantries unadvised. So when I get to know the person more, I would be more able, even within like a 5-minute to 10-minute period, it would enable me to offer better suggestions than taking a jab and it's like, you know, just pick up this game, it's popular right now. Which I kind of did. I kind of did a mix of the bag, right? I did a mixed bag approach today. You know, I inevitably brought up Baldur's Gate 3. And then pretty much like a lot of other things that are popular. But not before I established that there was a precedence for understanding D&D and MMORPGs and the relationship between them. That kind of thing. I'm filling the void because I'm bootstrapping here. I'm almost done with this tune. Good old live service bootstrapping. I do like this really, really long, like, I like the lead up to Demon's Web Pit. It kind of makes me think, what else is there left? Like, this is only week 4. And they've been introducing something new. Technically, they've been adding new things to it for 4 weeks straight. That's a well above average. Like, they are going... I feel Cryptic has gone well above average this time around. I need to get a planar key here. Like, they're still knocking it above 5. I might actually give this a 7, maybe. Just because it introduced, it lined up really well. And then they added just more repeatables. Another weekly, which was shocking, because that's 4 weeklies. That's 100 tokens worth of weeklies. Usually they skip out and only add 250, and then you have to get the other 50 from repeatables. So you're obligated to do, quote unquote, all the content. But in this case, you're not obligated to do half of them. So it's incredible. I might actually give this a 7 out of 10 now. If this is... because I'm expecting no changes coming up. Like, so... next week, right? It's a bye week. So we inherently will expect it to be 5 out of 10. Right? 5 out of 10 score. But, there's a 6 milestone, and then like it moves into bi-weekly, and I'm so curious if they have more on these things. I think this was a knockout. This module really demonstrates a lot of growth. And what I mean by growth, I mean growth in the sense of lining up design philosophies with their business models. When you have like design philosophies supporting the business model at the same time, like the developers somehow coming up with a creative way to support and satisfy the business model and be in line with the psychology of the business model, and still manage to pull off your vision, like naturally, that's a winner. What's a good example of this? A good example of this is like Destiny 2. That's a fairly decent example. I mean, overall, a decent example. I can say that right now Destiny 2's hit a rock recently, like stumbled a bit. But another example in this like business model kind of thing, it's not quite Destiny's 2. Like, it's not a one-to-one for Destiny 2. The closest, another one would be like, again, not exactly like this, would be... The reason why they're not exactly like this is because this is still a work in progress, right? For the live service stuff. I honestly think Guild Wars is doing pretty alright. Hearthstone's doing alright. Like, I'm thinking of live service business models that have a developer that is trying to balance the two design choices and whatnot while not incredibly antagonistic with what they have to do for their executives. I had one and I just lost it. I had a good one. I just somehow I lost it in my thoughts just now. It'll come to me. But there are, I wouldn't say it's unprecedented. There are great ones that are making strides on figuring out what is a nice harmony that they can have. And the ones that are successful are doing really well. Like, really well. A few stumbles here and there because they're continuing to experiment, right? And they don't rest on their laurels. Not the super successful ones. Because for every 2 or 3 missteps, the large majority is a net positive. Fat Shark, right? With Vermintide, they have some learning experience to really land on Dark Tides. I mean, we've crossed this bridge a couple times already. Because want to like Dark Tides, but lots of growing pains. I think they'll turn it around. Oh, I was gonna say indie title, but nah, indie titles. Let's exclude indie titles. Another. I'm thinking of a mobile game right now. Honestly, Raid Shadow Legends. That's a great example. Surprisingly, I was looking at their business model. Like over the week, like over my break, a week ago, I really got a hard crash course on teasing out the business model and whatnot and how they release their tier systems and stuff. It's quite good. I mean, I don't play Raid Shadow Legends, and I know it's become a meme because of how aggressively advertised it was and how they relied on social media influencers to grab, like, it worked out. I don't know what the conditions of the dev team is, like how happy they are, but their design language really resonates with the live service model. Oh, Marvel Snaps is a great example from what's his name? Ben Brode, the former creative director of Hearthstone, like for Blizzard. He's got they've got it nailed down pretty well. And I like stigmatizing creative approaches to like sustainability for both the business and creativity, the creative side of things, is will inevitably be an ongoing battle for standardization, right? But I feel like there's a turning point in this. People are, the psychology or expectations or the normalization of stuff is happening now for live service games. It really is like playing, it really is like jogging to me. I play this game every day. I go in, queue twice, like outside reset days, right? I'm doing this on Mondays for reset and for these content is because I just want to demonstrate how I consume new updates, or how I try to make it engaging to myself, I suppose, or find what I use this experience for, right? It's only one day a week that I'd be like droning or digressing about stuff and how I find this relevant. I'm not interested in Baldur's Gate 3, but because I play Neverwinter Online, it gives me an incentive to be up to date about Baldur's Gate 3 news and whatnot, right? Because it's part of the commentary. That continues the way it is. And then every other day that I'm not streaming this, I'm playing like 30 minutes a day to jump in and just do 2 queues. It's kind of like my habit forming thing to tell myself like, yeah, I say I can and still do it, kind of thing. It creates a here's a take, right? If something this someone once told me like, why are you wasting your time playing Neverwinter Online, for example, doing queues? It's not like, you know, what does that amount to and whatnot, kind of thing. And oh shoot, I forgot to send the signal for that big thing. That is a valid question that I can answer very easily, but I'd like to challenge you to think about different questions you could ask me. Like, what does that tell you about my mental state? You know? Like, let me ask you a question to spark other curiosities about other people. Is that really a question that really tells you anything about me? Like, what I mean is, can you extract more information from me from a different type of question? Or can you glean from my behavior more things? Like, if you think I'm wasting my time playing Neverwinter Online, and you truly believe that, what do you think my state of mind is to do something that you think is a waste of time? That would be a fun mental exercise for a lot of people. Like, that's, to me, is like one of the gateways to trying to get to know someone, get in their mindset. So a lot of times I do this when I see someone say like, oh man, I definitely don't agree with that. Like, why is this guy clout chasing, spreading misinformation? So that's coming from my perspective, right? But then the mental exercises, you know, let's say I wanted to do this. Like, how did this person come to this position? So that's where it gets interesting. So in the end of the day, the most interesting thing is trying to not think about the thing you already thought about. So for me, how do I spin this update, right? How do I spin week 4? Well, there's one thing that I haven't thought about What does the dev think about week 4? I couldn't possibly know until I did week 4, right? There you go. That's why it's interesting. At least for myself. I'm just giving you an example of how one can engage in stuff without necessarily having to literally be interested in it. You can create interest by trying to figure out the person, because the person is inevitably the people or peoples that are involved in the thing you're consuming is inevitably the most complex thing you would have to think about. Okay, so we're just gonna do this again, right? Yeah. Oh no, we don't. We can just turn in one of these and then save the other one. Okay, so we're good. And just for the record, there's no way I would ever be able to convince someone that they don't feel like what I'm doing is a waste of time. I am not there to convince them to understand me. I'm just challenging them to try. And then what I can tell them to the best of my ability is what my thoughts are. And then try to take it from their perspective that try to make an argument why it's a waste of time. And that's what I usually do. So I wouldn't entertain them with my own perspective until I can understand their perspective. That's usually how I go about it. If I can understand their perspective, it informs me and how I can present my perspective so that they can understand it, right? The rate limiting step is not understanding myself. It's understanding the motivations and actions of the person that's talking to me. And with that, you save way more time, and you, in my opinion, arguably way more, it increases your success rate by a lot to be inherently instantaneously trustworthy, which leads to charisma. Improve charisma, and you don't get into that habit of self-thinking and projecting constantly. Like when you're projecting, it's always those moments where after you project, if you're a rational person, I guess a very reasonable person like myself, immediately when you project, 5 minutes later you start going through your head about how you projected, and it's like, well, I could have said this, like, and you start beating yourself up about it. So if you're anywhere in that neighborhood, generally speaking, it is absolutely worth trying to learn strategies and techniques to figure out the other person's perspective as quickly as possible. And with that knowledge, you can present your case in so many ways that is receptive to that person. It actually incredibly speeds up the process, instead of what I would say a vast majority of people would try to do is project their opinion and hope Lady Luck is on your side, or Mr. Luck, or Gentleman Luck on your side, and that person happens to resonate with you because you just took a gamble on yourself and hope that that person. Certainly, if your goal is to attract a friend, definitely go for it. Like, you know, your expectations. But if your expectations is to be a public figure and you want to be charismatic and being viewed as agreeable, I wouldn't start by projecting. But if you're looking for a friend, I think that's a healthy approach. Because if you project, that friend would be well aware of who you are immediately, right? That's a trade-off. In the other sense, if you're being agreeable, they don't inherently learn much about you unless they happen to be like you, which that might be very cryptic. So pros and cons, trade-offs, depending on the expectation. But there's a place and time for most of those most of those strategies. All right. I'm really fishing for some commentary. Well, okay, we finally finished our third tune, so let's get to Protector's Enclave and see if we can get into some shenanigans in Demon's Web's pit. Demon Web pits just doesn't roll off the tongue, man. DWP? I guess we will just start using DWP. I do want to do a Blade Master run and test Escalating Rage, see how that changes the setup. So I want it to be crit dominant. Do I have enough? I don't know if I have enough. I mean, crit is already capped out, but because I need something to sustain at will crits for a really long time. If I can do that, I can measure how profoundly having Escalating Rage is. Because Escalating Rage really just extending the duration of escalating of Battle Rage is disproportionately favorable to at-willing. I don't think I have enough to make it consistently crit, do I? Like, crit over the threshold. What's the threshold here? It's 10%. 10% is 90 million. Probably not gonna happen, huh? Well, we'll see. $90 million, that's tough. Okay. Alright, we'll try to, I don't know, try to grab a AWP, ADWP, like an advanced Demon Web's pit, just to test the thing out. I incredibly underperformed. We only did this twice over, so we did one run as a tank and one run as a pain giver, and I incredibly underperformed because I was so caught up on the lack of durability that I have. We might jump into this random queue quickly though, since it's there. Yeah, let's just jump into this. I don't see any activities right now, so let's just jump into this for 5 pain givers. This might be a long wait here. It's very common to be stuck looking for support. Support being both tank and healers. The reason why I say support is it's the other half, right? You're either a pain giver or you're support. The ratio is 1-to-1 if you group support versus pain giving or DPS. I use the term pain giving because of legacy jargon. Like basically the other half of the team is missing. All the support is missing. Outside of like the one. So the support is really the 2 healers, the 2 tanks, and the lowest DPS. Because they're support DPS. So typically the one that has the lowest potential in a group setting, like a master's trial setting, that person would have the support items too. They would also use like auxiliary support stuff more often than the ones that are at the top. So generally the other half of the team, the 1-to-1, is 1 support DPS, 2 tanks, 2 tanks, and 2 healers. Those are all the supports. So we're like basically missing the other half, which I don't know how long this is gonna take. It usually takes a while. I typically just hang out here, like to describe like a daily day. I would log in at a time when Basically, no tanks or healers are up, which is anytime now or the last hour. The last hour until like the next 5 hours is dead zone time, where rarely there are any what people would say competent tanks or competent healers to do any form of like on point, on like current content, I guess. And that's when I get on most of the time. You get mixed results. Oh hey, nice. You get mixed results, but I wouldn't be playing the game if I don't get mixed results. It's the paradox of living inside my head. I prefer playing where failure is a possibility, but not because success is a possibility. Those are two very different things. A lot of times people, when they say, I like it when you can lose, they're really saying, I like it you can lose, but you can still win. The euphemism is that they're trying to deflect whether they care about winning, but they really find reward when there's danger of losing. That's not it. It's, I would challenge them and say, it's knowing they can win, but still have the ability to lose. Is the precise, or more precise and concise description of their meaning. My reward is finding victory in defeat, and that ultimately finding an alternative win condition is what life throws at you. Those are the most satisfying. You don't really have to, I don't have to be in a position of winning. I don't have to be in a winning position. Not for games. For stories, I want to see the end of the story, right? So there are places where I'm like, yes, I would like to see the end of the story. I can pigeonhole myself into a condition that would say I do have to win in certain cases. I'm not saying all cases. And that would be stories. Like, if you give me a game where I can't access the vision of the developers, then yeah, I would probably stay away from it. I mean, it's a low bar, man. Right? Well, no, see, I always find I can see a counter argument to what I just said too. For the large part, right? You want to start a story that you can realize by the end. That's what I'm saying. I'm frozen. I still can't move. Is there something wrong with my character? Oh. I must have been petrified somewhere. There's no indicator, like I wasn't grayed out or anything, so it wasn't clear if I was CC'd. Maybe I should have looked at my debuff bar, wherever that is. Oh, it's up there. I like fighting the losing battle. Is a good example. It's not so much for the sake of like I would definitely take a winning battle too. It's just there's something so magical about finding victory where victory is the only way you can find a path of victory is by experiencing it. I spend most of my life, right, all that to create that consistency where you have to know your outcomes, you have to be well informed and stuff. So yeah, I spend most of my life like that. That creates that core that enables me to be infatuated with taking on challenges that don't have victory positions. So I would say that if you feel like you're a healthy person, like a truly healthy person, and you resonate with how I define my happiness, right? My first question to your first thing to really prove to me that you understand how I see happiness is that you would tell me that the most rewarding thing you could possibly do in your life is to do something where there's no vision of how you succeed. That's when one could truly say you're happy enough to tackle some of the most challenging things that life has to offer. Which is life itself, really, in the end of the day. Like, what's one? Living is one. Living is an endless battle that does not have a victory in sight. You cannot envision, usually, what winning at living looks like. It is only by living that you can find solace in some form of victory. That sounded a little bit overly dramatic. I wasn't trying to sound, well, maybe a little bit trying to sound a little bit profound, I suppose. That's how you get happy with life, you know? That's how you put a smile on how much life sucks, but at the same time, it's like, heck yeah. It'll be alright. Ooh, 40,000 Astro Diamonds. I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take the 5. Okay. That was very fast. Everyone was really good. They were speedy. Alright, now let's sit and see if we can find someone who wants to do Advance Demon Web Pit. We have a Reaper challenge. What's today's Reaper challenge? Pirate King? No artifacts. Reduce. No artifacts, no mounts. Reduce charge speed. I've come to the conclusion that wizards are way too powerful, especially in AoE. CW has been the best DPS since I started playing in mod 16. Enters a stranger. Fake news. Enters another stranger. I disagree. It's only past few mods that it's been that powerful. Before that, it was rogues. It was great for a few months when mod 16 came out. Then they got a nerf hammer to the face. That's actually accurate. They did get nerfs after a few months after mod 16. And then the other statement is accurate. There was a buff to them in the most recent times. It was effective. What I would probably add to that is tasks, dungeons, and design tends to favor range DPS. Even if the statement doesn't exclude the idea that other range DPS is also fairly effective or more effective. And then we don't know what this person is comparing it to. We have no idea when this player is. This person only mentioned mod 16. So, what number is this mod? Mod 27. That's been a while. Maybe mod 26. I stopped counting, but it's got to be around mod 26 or something like that. I think one time someone mentioned mod 24. So it's been a really long time. Mod 16 is the rework. It was the combat rework. Oh no, wait. Yes, or one of the reworks. I think mod 13 was Undermountain. It's been a long while. This person is working on emotional bias. It's just not balanced. I have to smash my keyboard and jump all over the place for 30 minutes to deal pretty less damage than a wizard. It's just not balanced. But who cares about AoE damage anyway? That's where wizards are strong. Lots of whataboutisms. We still don't have any like brave souls that want to tackle Demonweb's pit on advance. Huh. Albite, don't get me wrong. You should rely more on a rotation and not on a few broken feats like usual. There wasn't anything to get in the first place to get wrong or right. That person is expressing someone who believes there are right and wrong opinions. So naturally, I would stray away from talking about anything controversial with such a person. Like when you read diction and read how they're excusing themselves, it's very telling. Yeah, I think it's too strong for how easy it is to play. These are the comments. Well, you know. Largely an emotional thing. It's all good. I read public chat because they type in public chat while I'm looking. It's the same window for like, hey, looking for tank, looking for so and so. We'll wait. We'll try a couple more minutes. There's no guarantee that I can ever do this dungeon section. Like, I don't know, showcase Demonweb's pits with high frequency. There's no way that masters will come up either. Around this time, I would have to do it way earlier, like 5 hours earlier, which is even before I started streaming today. You know what? Sure, let's just take on another person. I kind of just want to test the. We'll just do a RADQ. Or this person's not responding. Okay, that's fine. Oh, hey. Okay. Alright. Looks like we got a pain giving for a advanced Demonweb's pit, so I guess we can do some. I can do some like feelers. I'm gonna fill it out. I'll see the base. See how long the battle rage lasts. This will be the second run ever on the Blade Master, so maybe I'll be a little more aggressive this time. I know what I can't survive, and it's that third boss's red field, like the targeted thing. So I'll have to either not miss it or be ready to get bopped. I don't have enough durability. We'll see. Too squish. Allegedly all demons, so I'll just pop these on. Okay, let's see if we can see a difference in the timing. What was it? It was 8 seconds. I've used this before, even when they had the stun overlap. It extends for 8 seconds. 8 seconds is a long time. We'll try to do it without Frenzy. So we won't swap out, we'll just stick with Mightier Leap and do a double rotation on Battle Rage. Actually, let me read this again. Yeah, you can still build Escalating Rage as long as you're not under the effect of escalating, the effects of Rampage. But, so does that mean you may not build while under the effect? Oh, never mind. You cannot build Escalating Rage under Battle Rage. So you still have to... You would still have to Rampage for 20, you would have to Battle Rage knowing you have Rampage. I don't remember what the icon is. But maybe there's gonna be a keyword that pops up. I don't know if Rampage pops up on my screen when we have the stacks. So let's find that out. I haven't used this in a long time. Yeah, we need to hit 10 stacks, which is based on critical damage. So if you get 10 critical damage and it has no timer, I don't know if the stacks fade or not, actually. But you get 10 crits, right? 10 crits. Hopefully Rampage flashes on the screen, then I hit tab, which then we have escalated rage, right? We trigger escalating rage. And then reset and do it again. So I need, right now what I'm going to be looking for is a visible indicator of when I have Rampage. I need to know. If not, if there isn't a visible indicator, then I'm just going to have to fill it out. On average, 10 stacks, 10 crit hits after the first rotation. That would probably happen in like the first 10 seconds. Yeah, I gotta try not to tab, though. That's kind of hard. I gotta rethink. If base is 60%, right? I gotta like strike at least over 20 times. But we are only gonna go in with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 strikes. So I would have to. We probably have to skip the first Battle Rage. We'll see. All right. Hello, you. Skippity doodah. I mean, it only skips 1 mob, but it's all good. I'm looking for like an indicator. I don't see it anywhere. Oh, there's the Rampage. I saw it. It's a blue word. Okay, so there is a word. Rampage does show up on my screen. Okay. I just have to pay attention to it. It's not red. Red's a little bit easier to see. Alright, fine. Fair enough. I guess what? I'm just gonna use demo. We have a new DPS player. First timer, wizard. Okay. The wizard is new. Ish. I didn't see my buff bar have any like apparent stuff. Wait, is this Mastercraft? Who has Mastercraft right now? One Mastercraft? Hold up. No Mastercraft. No Mastercraft. Okay, so just a tank has Mastercraft. Someone's demoing, so I guess I'm frozening. I'll just use the frozen book. They're arranging artifacts. I'll just use the frozen journal, that's fine. I think they'll be fine. Are you squishy? No, you're really ooh. Alright. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, totally fine. I jump on Xbox? Thanks. This isn't my first rodeo. Hopefully these guys are up for it. This guy is kind of nervous. Asking a lot of questions. He'll be alright. He'll be fine. My dude. Where's my ramp? Oh no, I couldn't get rampage. There it is. Monka? Uh-oh. That's not fine. Wait. I didn't realize the tank could actually end up getting the eye buff. Ay. Alright. Sure. I want to say it's worth attacking the person while they're doing the beam thing, but I don't think so. I'm trying to get used to seeing the rampage word in all this confusion. Yeah, so here's a problem. I don't know if I can touch these guys. It would be nice if I could know. I should just commit and hit one of them and see what happens. Why is... Stop turning her, please. My guy! It's so weird being a melee on my guy. Oh, okay, that's fine, actually. The tank keeps spinning her shield right into my face. I don't want to get cleaved. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah. It's like meh damage. Oh, it's not that good. Yeah. Oh no, I already have Rampage on. Okay. Yeah, I'm like missing my Q on Rampage. Holy heck. It's so hard to see the... Yep. Spun the boss right into my face. That's a mandatory damage, so even if you run away from it or spin it, it'll still hit you. So trying to stop yourself from shimming by habit is a big deal. Tank shimming is great. It's a great tech, but flurries don't help with that. Let me try to get this guy back up. Or he just scrolls as I'm rezzing him. Alright, that's fair. Can you freeze these guys with Frozen? Do I have Rampage? Nope. Yeah, I'm failing really hard on seeing the Rampage, or sealing Rampage in general. Does this always follow the... No, it follows by proximity. These guys follow proximity. That was my mistake. That was my bad. I literally jumped seeing the animation of the boss shooting a cannon. Why am I being a pep? Ooh, that is very pep. Let's get this guy up. I died, so I don't have any residual aggro, thankfully. Oh, I have the buff, so I'm supposed to hit... I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to hit the clones. I died in a state of... Wow. I got... Oh, hold up. I'm not gonna even bother anymore. That's BS. I got stuck in avalanche. I got stuck in avalanche by the freaking cannon phase, and then I tried to res out of it. And no, you do not get a grace period. It just insta kills you. It's so annoying. I actually think that's pretty borked. Give me back my 4 scrolls, Cryptic. That's absolute BS. That was some serious BS. Should've just stayed down and waited until the count gets to like 1. Well, could have gone better, I would say. I mean, it's a minor hiccup. Not really that big a deal. Just one of the idiosyncrasies of interactions. Cannon still hits you while you're while you're immune. It's alright. I should have expected that. And then I tried again and again. I was trying to slow down the down counter, but I should have waited the second time. Just res to extend the res counter until the cannon was over. It's okay. I jumped like by accident. Like the moment I jumped, it's kind of like one of those memes. The moment I jumped, it was then that I knew I screwed up. I jumped right into the cannon. I don't think it's good enough to warrant losing frenzy for the escalating rage, like to get the double, because getting rampage is actually kind of hard. Yeah. But having the Mighty Leap does try to get you to secure the rampage if you accidentally miss the rampage. Like, I should be in rampage, right? Yeah. 8 seconds is quite a long time, though. I don't know how I feel about it. It's okay. It is 6%. 6% is kind of a lot. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to. So the stacks carry for a while, man. Where's the icon for it? Is it that one? Oh, there it is. It's like the mean face. It's this face. And it's gone. Okay. I don't think there's a stack icon though. Pre-rampage. To squish. What are you going on? Nice. Nice. Oh, wait. Huh. Nice. Okay. Oh, okay, that jumping mechanic is based on range. I see. That's what I thought. You say too far, yeah, Grump will dash to you, yeah. So all that like whipsing and wheeling thing was because of the last 2 runs, right? We've done a run after on the week 2, 3, and 4, just 1 run. It was because wizard. We had wizards. Yeah, so it's like the it's like from the clock tower stuff. Way back. Now that's a throwback, right? It's like the clock tower boss. Or you're too far away, he'll dash to you. Oh, and it looks like this this scroll doesn't work. So if I get bopped, there's a chance this scroll is not gonna work. They still have this bug where some specific types of scrolls don't work. The quote unquote some specific type of free scrolls don't work. And I generally test which stacks they are. I only leave certain stacks in my hand. No, let's just follow through. Let's just follow through. I think it's still frenzy. It's still best to use frenzy. I need to caress in order to really make use of escalating rage. You really need to caress 90%, proccing off just your at wills. I don't think I can do 90k. I don't know if I have Rampage. It's so hard to see. I do. That 8 seconds is so long. Feels like an eternity. That was weird. I have Rampage. Nope. There's gotta be a more convenient way to look for it. Maybe I should move my I should move my bar. I can't see it. I can't see the text. I didn't realize bloodletting comes out as a blue bag. I don't want to get hit by Orcus, please. Not like this. Can he target me with while I'm in there? I don't know. The answer is yes. Hmm. Does he have a cleave? Kind of looks like he has a cleave. Oh, that's bad. Oh, okay. That's fair. Ow. Ouch. Oops. My bad, my dude. I don't know where I can't see the tank. Hmm. It's kind of nice that it keeps extending though. DPS check. Okay. It was alright. I think maintaining the ads are it works out. Yeah, someone's game crashed. Pretty sure the wizard's game crashed. Okay. This is where I'm not guaranteed to survive, so that's kind of a concern. The first time that's happened in ages, I imagine. Hmm. So I don't know how Orcus's damage and aggro works, but I'm pretty sure I got like targeted a couple times, and I'm not sure if it was my fault for being close in proximity or something. So that's kind of a little sussy. Orcus has generally been a proximity thing, where like if the tank gets pushed a little too far and Orcus turns his head to you, if he channels like the one attack, you're just gonna get bopped, and I don't know how well or if anything you can do about that, or you might want to get like some durability. It didn't hit that much on advanced, but I imagine in expert it's probably gonna be like at least 75% HP. This is the time, you know, I gotta use these times to just refine all the rolls so I don't... The least amount of times I get hit, the cleaner I can get the run, the more accessible it'll be whenever I hit a master opportunity. Oh, hey, these guys are visible now. And I'm not the tank. My bad, dude. That's unnecessary. That's griefing. Wow, so it is it's quite a difference. It's quite a lot. Like Relentless Battle Rage makes quite a lot. It's just too little, like just a little bit too low. Like I'm off by like 20%, 10 to 20%. The full like mightier leap in combat is just a little bit off the mark to get the first rotation rolling, and then followed up with rampage, a rampage battle rage after coming out of the first cycle. Oh, that's awkward. By even missing both mightier leap, the regular leap, mighty and mightier leap, you still get really close. It's close to 50%, even with a whiff. Now, if you accidentally land mighty leap, that's a minus. That's minus by a lot. What does this guy do? Why do you have this guy? Oh. Perhaps they had it because they can knock off the peeps? I expect myself to die at least once here. I'm going to accidentally miss the dodge window because of like input lag. I had to get used to the latency. The visuals do not time up with the attack. So the moment you see the red circle, the attack is about to go off sooner than its visual. So the moment you are targeted, you want to trigger the dash because the ping or the latency is high enough from the visuals. To start off with, I'm gonna attempt to probably do a dodge frame 1 second after seeing the red circle. Maybe. We'll start with 1 second, and if that miss, I'll just make it faster and faster each time. I don't think I can go to... I think I can't go later than 1 second. Loath counts as drow, spider, and demon. So could you use double slayer? I might want to keep the ward up though. Oh wait. Oh, if they're saying that, then I do have something I can do. Fair enough. Good call. Thanks for informing. Alright. Sure. All three types, huh? Yeah, checks out. Drow, spider, demon. Yeah, checks out. Looking at that guy. She definitely does look like a drow, spider, demon, alright. I'll keep the ward on, because, I fear I'm gonna get pepped. And then we're just gonna stick to Mightier Leap to make up for the deficiency in Rage. I don't think it's gonna be too... sacrificing Frenzy slot is... Oh, and if we kill the bulbish spider on the axe head, it'll blow up the weapon. Don't need to worry about the little healer spiders. Ooh, these are kind of nice. Little things to know. It goes much faster that way. Interesting. Alright. Good to know. I like this. It's a little, some of these people are quite helpful. Sometimes when I think the bonfire don't do damage when killed close to the weapon. I think there's a specific place to kill her to do the trick. Interesting. Is it a trick or is that what we're supposed to do? Okay, so you're supposed to break a spider? Huh. Alright. I mean, sometimes the trick doesn't work. That's kind of... we're in a little sus territory. I think it's not directly in front, but on the upper left of the right side. Someone's gotta give me the patch notes on this one. Sounds like some shenanigans, some tomfoolery. Watch for the red bands. He will kill you all quick and get close to the person you are stuck to. Oh. Watch for the red bands. He will kill you all. It will get close to the person you are stuck to. Yeah. Yeah, we know about the red bands. You have to touch the person. And it's generally the tank that gets picked. So you have to run the risk of touching the tank into the flurry. So you have to avoid the flurry. The little like spiky flurry. That's the tank. Or when you're like you're not supposed to spin the boss if you're the tank. You hope the other guy when the platform tilts, yeah, falling rock targets the 2 highest up. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. It only targets the falling rocks targets the 2 highest up. Usually the tank and healer takes those spots. Oh. I see. Okay, okay. It's the wizard's first time, but I've learned a few things that aren't really necessary the first on any of the runs, but it's kind of nice knowing exactly what the target priority is. Nice. Huh. Only the 2 on top. Interesting. I'm aware of the webbing. Yeah. Oh, we forgot about the miasma too. Yeah, and then the low, there's miasma. If you get Link, go stand on the other person until it turns white. Yeah. As long as it's not in front of a tank taking flurries from the Loth. Yeah. Yeah, it's already targeted on the spot. Yeah, so when you see the red circle, it's already targeted onto the spot. Wait, is that a CC? No. Okay. I was looking at the person that was eating the spider in the face, getting mauled in the spider by the spider. Yeah, it's already. Oh no. Red band. Bye, dude. You gotta get close to the. Okay. Fair. I can't move. Fine. Hopefully they're not flurrying, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, so that just CCs you, right? Temporarily. Okay. Fair enough. It's interesting that didn't happen before. Oh no. That's what I mean. It's not clear. It's not freaking clear when that hits. Yeah, just don't get flurried. I'm trying to avoid the flurry. So hard to know. That visual is not reliable, man. Send help. Alright. Next guy. Rip. I actually think the DPS should be the ones that are oh, rip. I couldn't even see that. I actually think the pain givers should be the ones at the top. Do we like bring the spider to the dude? Oh, here we go. Maybe. I want to see this happen. Does it work? Oh, it does. Oh, dang. That's cool. Neat. I was not aware of that. Huh. So the spider explodes and like corrodes the axe. Cool. Really neat. Oh, I couldn't even see the miasma. I like the purple stuff. Can't tell. Can't tell well then when that attacks. What is this, like, this thing here? I don't know what that is. Is that gonna kill him? No. Oh, there it is. It definitely does not show up appropriately in time. You can only tell by you taking damage for one tick. Man, you are thick. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Rampage. It's okay. Yeah, so full rotation we could get 50%. I don't think you can get it off Frenzy though. Oh, rip. That's fine. Okay, so the red thing not so scary when you know that it's stationary after like 2 or 3 seconds, depending on network latency. So it's safer just to like go and sprint out. Oh, I had Rampage there, I see. Yeah, that toxic ground though. Wait. Wait, what's... Oh. Alright. I mean, it was okay. Keep an eye out on poison ground, I suppose. It's kind of hard to see, or like you can't see it. You just see the web and then just leave from the web's prior spot. Fair enough. And just get an artifact, right? Alright, that was kind of fun. We learned a few things. And I recognize that these work, so that's not bad. And then the other red scrolls did work, so that's fine. Nice. That's our one run for the day, so I learned a couple of things. The web just doesn't definitely come after the purple ground stuff. The poison ground comes right after where the web was placed. Fair enough. It's a weird visual. And it ticks for 2 to 3 seconds before it's actually even visible on your screen. The red like detonation is like 2 or 3 seconds in after its first appearance. So overall, it's fine. Still not a fan of the cannon thing being a wide berth in the middle, but that was my fault. I do be just jumping in. All right. Well, that wraps up for week 4. So let's think about week 4 for a moment. It's great. So I'm guessing this is the end of the stock experience. So the rest of the weeks are going to be more or less the same. And let me get 6 is probably a boon. 8 is possibly this, where you just exchange currency for insignia powder, which is fantastic, by the way. This is a great call. I mean, they already did companion tokens and mount tokens, right? So this is a good call. Excellent call. And then I think 10 is just a wrap up. I don't 10 is just this, which is a pretty decent, because you get engraved Dark Maiden's Blessing. Yeah, pretty alright. Get your foot through the door. I like this. Yeah. So the rest of the experience is going to be pretty streamlined. So less digression. We'll just hit him really hard and then grab like a demon web pits run in the end of the day. Pretty alright. It would be kind of nice to I might squeeze in. So far those are the 3 runs. The 3 runs have all been recorded. I have not done any other runs outside of them, just to keep it fresh, make it interesting. I don't want to run this ad nauseum. We'll see. I have to fill out when Masters. Maybe we can start with Masters. Remind me. I'm just summarizing up today. I have to head out for the day. Okay. So week 4. Honestly, what was added? So you completed the entire week 4's milestone, or week 3's milestone technically, because we didn't do week 4. There's more stuff in week 4 that we're migrating to next week because of currency overflow. So this is technically milestone 3 a week 4's quest line, which opens up it links all the way to the Demonweb's pit. It was great. It was long, lots of currency. It adds another weekly, which tops it off to 100 currency filled with weeklies. So that's an optional goal. You just do your weeklies, good to go, instead of doing the repeatables at all. 0 repeatables at all. That's a bonus. That's an incredible bonus. And then we have these milestones. Wait, no, not these. These 2 milestones, which is gonna go, we're gonna forward it till next week, and it'll be attributed to the 5th week. That's how we're doing it, because milestones are just gonna be so it's very close to a 7. I'm gonna give it a 7. Yeah, let's give it a 7. So far it's been like a 7 out of 10 experience. That's well above average. Well above. The last module, 5 out of 10. The previous module, North Dock, that was a 4 out of 10, I think, overall. So really great. So we're gonna give this a 7, just because of the variety. So you have 2 repeatable pairs, split the map in half. They're paired up and stacked very similarly. And in fact, some of the upper half also links on the bottom half too. So you can get like 3 going all at once and then loop back around. They're all high efficiency, except for the insignias. The insignias could hit or miss. It's a late limiting step. And either that or you do all 4 weeklies and just get the 100 currency right away. That involves doing the heroic encounters. So you just look for protocols. I think the likely case is that's the one that's going to fall by the wayside because it's dependent on calls from other instances. But you can do the community activity, which involves just doing all the other things anyways. That might be bi-weekly though, because it takes a little bit to get the 100%. And then Hunter, the Abyssal Hunts are standard. You're going to have to do those. They're very high efficiency for 25 points. And then at the foot of Narbalin. Wait, hold. Narbalin. Narbindel? Yeah, Narbindel. Yeah, Narbindel. At the foot of Narbindel. So you get at least 50 auto. Every other week you can migrate heroic encounters or the community thing. And then you have 4 repeatables you can migrate. So it's really great. Awesome. 7 out of 10. Demonweb Pits is still fantastic. There's a few quirks with latency and visual stuff. Not anything you can't just learn conditionally. Alright, that's it. As always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. As always, you can leave a comment at the bottom of the video, and I have no qualms in responding and sharing some personal anecdotes with you. And as always, until next time, which is next Monday, we'll be back for week 5. As always, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.